Broadcasting live from the campus of the University of Lynchburg. It's baseball off Lakeside Drive here on a Sunday. We're going to pause for the national anthem, and then it'll be first pitch between the University of Lynchburg and the Eastern University Eagles. It's the Hornets hosting the Eagles late Sunday in February. We've got overcast skies here in Central Virginia. Rain yesterday. This game was originally scheduled for yesterday, but they saw the forecast and decided, well, this Sunday where it's going to get to 60 or maybe the mid-60s here in Lynchburg seems like a better day to play, and we get to see the University of Lynchburg Hornets at home, Fox Field, for the first time this season. They come into the ball game at 2-1, a fairly successful trip down to Georgia last weekend. We'll discuss those results. The opponent, the Eastern University Eagles from just outside Philly, PA. This is their season opener. They'll head down to Myrtle Beach tomorrow, or tonight actually, to play a bunch of ball games. So we'll talk about the Eagles and see what they were up to last season. Confidence is high for Eastern and expectations are high, and you got to say it's the same way for the University of Lynchburg. Back-to-back 36-win campaigns, appearances in the NCAA tournament for Lynchburg, and when you've got that standard set, they want to get back there again this season. So Coach Lucas Jones seems like he has this program headed in a fabulous direction. I think the question now becomes, can you top 36 wins? And certainly that would be a huge feat for Lynchburg this season when you're talking about playing in the competitive ODAC conference, you know every game is going to be a dogfight, and this non-conference schedule not too easy, not too shabby in its own right. It's going to be Zach Potts starting on the bump for the Hornets. Battery mate will be Fiedler, and the Lynchburg defense as we go around the diamond in the outfield. You've got Avery Neves, you have Carson Atkins and Logan Webster in the outfield, left, center, and right. And then the infield, Gavin Collins. Ryan Long will get to start at shortstop. Brandon Garcia had been there the first 3 games, but it'll be Long at shortstop today. Jackson Harding at second base, and Josh Jorman is the first baseman for the Hornets. Leading off for Eastern, it's Matt McHale, center fielder, grad student, sets up in the back of that box to face Zach Potts, who will get some contact early. Potts pitches to contact. Neves will come in and make the running grab, and Avery Neves, the All-American, already showing he can impact the ball game in many different ways. Got a great read on that ball, broke in on it, and it ends up being a relatively easy catch on a ball that was dying quickly. F7 to start the game. 1 pitch, 1 out for Potts. Talk about efficient. This next fastball comes in a little bit high. It's fastball, slider, changeup for Potts. He can move that fastball in with some sinking action and get some contact with the 2-seam. That 4-seamer will flatten out and stay up. He misses high on back-to-back fastballs there. It's a 2-0 count. 1 out. Action early here to begin the home season for the Hornets. There's a fastball on the inside edge for a strike. Fiedler is a fantastic battery mate for all the pitchers here at Lynchburg, but Potts likes throwing to him. He's cerebral, understands the game back there. Good receiver, gives you a good target. The framing action, he can steal a strike here or there for a pitcher, and he's a great blocker back there. Potts has walked the number 2 man, Mark Cruiser. The junior is on board with a base on balls. It brings up number 37, Sean Cottrell, the DH, a junior for Eastern. One away here for the Hornets. Infield will slide into double play depth. And the Lynchburg infield was pretty efficient at turning some double plays last season. Potts kicks and deals. This ball is blooping into right field there. Handled pretty quickly by Webster, and he gets it in. Collins will knock it down over there at third base. Webster got to it in a hurry, so just getting to second is the base runner, Mark Cruiser, for Eastern, but it's runners on first and second now for the Lynchburg defense, and Zach Potts, the senior from Goochland High School. Griffin Falco steps into the box for Eastern. All right-handed batters at the moment here for Eastern. Their coach is Scott Renaro. Talked to him on the email. He said 14 and 25 last season, but we've got so much coming back. There's no reason to have expectations lower than a winning record and contending for a conference title. Eastern in the Middle Atlantic Conference, the Commonwealth Division. Their first conference game will be on March 11th. And he said he's got a lot he likes about his ball club. They bring back a lot offensively. And pitching-wise, they've got some depth, more depth this year, more experience. Here's a ground ball to Collins. Fields glove side, fires to second. Chance for the double play, and they get it. Great stretch by Jorman to extinguish the early fire from Eastern. Lynchburg out of the jam. Potts pitching to contact like he does. Gets weak contact and gets the double play there. We go to the bottom of the first. Still no score. One left on, one hit, no errors. And Lynchburg will send their leadoff batters to the plate next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities, learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible, by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the athletic training laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
A 5-4-3 double play gets Lynchburg out of a small spot of bother to begin this season, and now the Hornets offense steps to the plate here. It will be the leadoff man, Cameron Lane, for the Hornets. It's Lane, Harding, and Neves due up for Lynchburg, and it's an offense that has been just loaded with successful players throughout their careers, and expecting more of it this season. Lynchburg 2-1 already on the year. As I mentioned, a fairly successful trip down to Georgia last week. The one loss to Piedmont last weekend, who is typically a very good program. Swing and miss there to begin the offensive side of things for the Hornets. Cameron Lane, number 34, the DH, another grad student. Hornets have 4 grad students in the starting lineup tonight. So loaded with experience, loaded with expectations. Confidence is through the roof, I think, for Lynchburg. Even early in the season when you're still trying to find your footing and get your sea legs and really get a feel for things, get used to seeing some other pitchers. I think the Hornets offense likes where they're at. It is a swing and a miss from Lane on the fastball upstairs. Strikeout in the books for John Beck, a 6-foot junior, for Eastern. 12 appearances last year in his sophomore campaign. He finished 2-3 and struck out 24 hitters in just under 30 innings last season. So he gets game one start for Eastern, and that tells you a little bit about what he can bring to the table. Game one starter, it's more than ceremonial for a lot of teams. It means they've got high expectations for you as maybe not necessarily the number one, but certainly a guy that the coach thinks is going to be in the starting rotation quite a bit. Back-to-back fastballs upstairs here. Jackson Harding, another lefty, will take a cut at that and foul it back over the press box. It's a good crowd today at Fox Field. The home side there, the stands, we'll call it 60% full as the sun finally comes out. We had an overcast start, even a little bit of fog to begin this Sunday morning, but much better conditions today than it would have been yesterday. Harding drives that, got the left fielder going back over his head, and it'll get by. Harding turn and burn around first, and then the stop sign comes up at second. So there's a double to get things going for the Hornets, and you get a runner on base for the All-American Avery Neves to come up. Harding really put a charge into that ball with some power backside, and that's exactly the kind of thing that he can do, a good combination of speed and power for Jackson Harding. And when you're talking about speed and power, you got to be talking about number 30, Avery Neves, as well. The question for Neves is, will anybody throw to him? And with a base open, I think it's worth asking that question now. Breaking ball will get under the catcher and go to third base. And now the runner is 90 feet closer for Avery Neves. He's got one RBI on the season so far. It's one homer for Neves. He's walked 8 times in 3 games, and that tells you a lot right there about pitchers don't want to get burned by one of the all-time best in Lynchburg history. 419 last year for Neves, walked 56 times. That was a school record. That's an ODAC record. 56 walks in a season, and I don't know that that one was trying to pitch around Neves. That might have just slipped out of Beck's hands, but either way, it's a 2-0 count for a guy who can be dangerous in any count. But now you give him a chance to really cut loose here. Let's see if Beck throws to him or not. Yeah, it was a breaking ball missed down, and now it becomes a 3-0 count for Neves, and he's staring what will be his 9th walk of the season right in the face. A 3-0 count for number 30. Harding is at third base. Neves did get a pitch there and fouled it straight back. On-time swing there with some aggression, so you know Neves was switched on. He wasn't expecting another ball in the dirt. He was ready for the pitch, but just fouled it off there. 3-1, still a good hitter's count for Neves. Beck set at the waist, deals, breaking ball inside that the umpire will call the strike, and now it becomes a full count for Avery Neves. First team All-American and back-to-back All-American spots for Neves. That ball will get lined softly to the second baseman who came up and did make the grab. Clean catch there. Good job getting to it by number 17, a freshman, Leighton Bamsberger. And there's 2 away for the Lynchburg offense. Logan Webster, sophomore, steps in. Riley O'Donovan has been the cleanup hitter the first 3 games for Lynchburg, so this is a lineup change. Webster's going to shoot that through the hole, and the first run of the home campaign is in for Lynchburg. They get on the board 1-0. Webster, first pitch swinging there for the sophomore. Went with it, and it's an RBI single for sophomore number 6, Logan Webster. Josh Jorman steps in, the first baseman, senior. He's been in the lineup all 3 games, and you got to expect him to be a fixture over there at first base and then also in the middle of the order, hanging around this 5th spot Coach Lucas Jones loves what he brings to the table with some great hitters in front of him. You get another lefty in the lineup here. Signals being delivered there from third base as Jorman had to step out briefly. But now we're ready to go. Beck will deal, and Jorman was slightly out front of what looked to be a sinking fastball there from Beck. 2 away here for Lynchburg. They lead 1-0. It is the first home game of the season for the Hornets. They come in at 2-1. Eastern, it is their first game, but they've had mild weather in Pennsylvania like we have in Virginia, so they've actually been outside quite a bit more than they're used to. Usually those indoor practices in January and early February for most of those ball clubs north of the Mason-Dixon line, and even teams around Lynchburg here. A lot of times you're stuck in the gym, but not this winter. It has been a very mild winter. It's been a wet winter in Central Virginia. The rain might have kept the Hornets baseball team indoors some, but not much in the way of snow. Regardless of what the forecast from the groundhog said, it doesn't look like winter is going to stick around very long. It looks like a mild week next week. We've got 3 ball games here at Fox Field next weekend, so there's a lot of good stuff coming up. Jorman will swing. 5-hopper to the shortstop. 6-4 fielder's choice will end the inning, but it was a 1-run inning for Lynchburg. 2 hits, including the double from Harding. 1 left on, and the Hornets lead after 1-0.
My name is Emily Brubaker. I am a junior from Raleigh, North Carolina.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
David Hunsberger will step in for the Eastern University Eagles. And it's Zach Potts' second inning of work for the Hornets. 6 innings pitched in game 1. He started game 1 of the season for Lynchburg. Went 6 strong. It was 4 hits and 1 walk. Potts has great control. Doesn't strike out a ton. I mean, I think he strikes out enough for a number 1, a frontline starting guy. But he's a control pitcher. He pitches to contact, and he gets weak contact quite often. We saw that in the first inning. But Hunsberger slashing at the first one, and he drives it over the second baseman's head for a single. Second hit of the ball game for Eastern. It's Connor Schilling, the left fielder, the junior, in for Eastern. Quick turn and throw to first for Potts. One double play already. Just briefly mentioned the University of Lynchburg defense and their prowess in turning double plays the last couple seasons. They already get one here in the first home game. Game 4 of the season for the Hornets. Next game will be Saturday of next weekend. York comes in, another Pennsylvania team. It'll be a double dip on Saturday and then one game on Sunday. Runner goes, Fiedler fires, sort of short hop the second baseman, and it will be a stolen base for David Hunsberger. Shortstop for Eastern, so you assume he's got some wheels, and he does take the bag and get himself in scoring position with nobody away here for Eastern. Connor Schilling, a junior, in the box now facing Zach Potts. A fabulous career so far at Lynchburg, and he's looking for even more. Late swing there from Schilling, and he's gone on the strikeout. First strikeout of the game for Potts. Brock Langlock, right fielder for Eastern, into the box now. Potts 8-4 in 13 starts last season. Struck out 63, but he only walked 20. Great control. Mentioned he uses the, that ball's into center field. Potts was looking to keep the runner close at second, but Hunsberger, after the steal of second, will now get to third on an error. Ball hit the glove of second baseman Jackson Harding. And a lot of coaches will tell you if you can get some leather on it, it shouldn't get by. You may not catch it cleanly, but if you can get the glove to it, it should at least stay in front, stay in the infield. So Harding would love to have that one back. If the throw took him, watch out. Collins has got to play it home. Nice delivery there, and not even a slide. It'll be a 5-2 fielder's choice. I don't know if Hunsberger expected the throw to come home, but he had to know that Collins was in there. Gavin Collins got to it, got a great hop, caught it about belt high here. We're going to get an excellent replay on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Yeah, really read the hop nicely, caught it on the run. It ends up being a fairly easy catch and throw for Collins. And a nice job by Fiedler to receive that. I think he was ready for a feet-first slide, and then when Hunsberger stayed on his feet, it became a pretty easy out at home. 2 away now for the Hornets. Hunsberger did so much there, led off the inning with a great base hit, the steal of second, then got to third on the error. But unfortunately, that one ends with a whimper there for Eastern. Fastball comes in high for Potts. It's Joe Paradise, number 35, in the box now for Eastern. Potts looks in, sign ready, throws to Fiedler. Potts is going to come off the mound, great backhand play, and then a throw to first, and the inning is done. 1 hit for Eastern, but none left on. After the play at home there, Collins to extinguish the fire, and the Lynchburg Hornets will go to the bottom half of the second, leading 1-0.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
At Lynchburg, we don't fear change. We embrace it. In our students, on our campus, in our community, and around the world. We're building on our legacy of always moving forward. It's the same place, with a new name. Welcome to the University of Lynchburg.
The junior Gavin Collins stepping to the dish here for the Hornets. Nice defensive play to eliminate some danger for Lynchburg, and now Collins will get a chance to add to the run total for the Hornets, leading off the bottom of the second. Collins comes into the game, 273 in those first 3 games. He takes that breaking ball low and has worked himself into a good hitter's count here at 2-0. Beck, the starter for Eastern. He's fallen behind a bit in this game so far, giving up 2 hits to the Hornets. Double from Harding, the single from Webster that got the run in. That was first pitch swinging. That wasn't Beck falling behind. That was Webster being ready, locked and loaded at the beginning of the at-bat. Collins fouls one back, and now it's 2-1. 3 RBI on the young season for Gavin Collins. 1 walk, couple strikeouts. Some struggles at third base, a couple errors on the trip, 3 errors to be exact on the trip down to Georgia for Lynchburg. But you can see how good Collins can be in the field. He was key in starting that double play in the first inning and then throws out the runner at home there in inning number 2. Gavins goes after a high one. look like it might stay in, but that'll just drift foul and give a chance a fan to get their hands on the baseball here. Mentioned we do have a decent crowd at Fox Field. Hope you can come out and see us for a ball game. You can always watch the home games on LHSN. It's been a busy spring season already for our crew. We'll talk about that. There's so much good athletic-wise going on here at Lynchburg. I mean, if you're a sports fan, you got to be out here on Lakeside Drive to watch some of this great activity. Hashtag One Nation, and you can keep up with Lynchburg on all the social media spots, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, all the usuals, and the website as well. Gavin Collins has fouled a couple away, working himself a pretty good at bat here against John Beck. You love to get that early as a hitter, to get some on-time swings off in your first at bat, get a feel for things. Of course, you're taking batting practice before the game, but it's so different when you get out there live and you get to see the live arm action. Collins will take the hit by pitch and trot down to first. That is a big part of Lynchburg's game, getting hit by those pitches. 107 hit by pitch last year. Collins wore 15 of them last season, and that's pretty impressive. It was a breaking ball that missed inside, and Gavin Collins just kind of walled up, put the shoulder to the chin, and took it right there, I think, on the tricep. But it's a base runner, and Gavin Collins is a dangerous base runner. 16 career stolen bases. Ryan Long, the shortstop, steps in with nobody away for the Hornets offense. Yeah, 107 hit by pitch last season for Lynchburg. Breaking ball in the dirt, an excellent read by Collins to take it. I think he's reading that one out of the pitcher's hand, seeing that it's low, and then once he sees the catcher not field it cleanly, he's gone. Excellent base running, excellent. It's skill and anticipation there from Gavin Collins to see that breaking ball headed to the dirt. And then once he sees the catcher mishandle it just slightly, he's gone. Scoring position now for Collins. Ryan Long will look at a fastball. Came in there at the knees. Nobody away here for Lynchburg. They lead 1-0. Jackson Harding, a double in inning number one, and he scored the run on an RBI single from Logan Webster. Just a token throw to second base there by Beck. Wasn't really trying to pick Collins off, and you could see him pat the chest there to the catcher. I think maybe even Beck might have just wanted a different pitch and decided to step off and toss it over there to second. It wasn't really any attempt to try and throw Collins out there. Beck will bring that breaking ball in again. It's kind of that slurve action. It's got some horizontal break, some vertical break. Pretty effective. And Beck is a pitcher that Eastern likes. Again, if you're starting game number one for your ball club, that means you are well thought of, and the expectations are going to be there to produce, not necessarily go deep in the game, especially in February. Zach Potts went 6 innings in his first start last weekend, but I think that's a bonus for most coaches. If you're the starter and you can give us 3, 4, 5 effective early in the year, then that's just great. Beck will strike out Collins. Looked like a good hard fastball right down Broadway Ryan Long struck out. Looked like a good hard fastball that Long just couldn't quite catch up to. Holden Fiedler, graduate student catcher, into the box now for Lynchburg. Collins still stands on second base after the leadoff hit by pitch. There's that slurve pitch right there. It's got great action. You can see it from our outstanding camera work there. Fiedler did nicely to lay off of that, see that go into the dirt. When Beck gets that in the zone, that slurve can be a very, very good pitch for him. Fiedler's got a 1-0 count and a 1-0 lead for the Hornets. Collins bouncing at second. That fastball misses away, and now it's a 2-0 count. Again, another situation where Beck has fallen behind another pitch or another hitter. Balls early from Beck, and then he's forced to try to claw back into these counts. And he's done that a few times. Did that against Avery Neves. Fell down 3-0 to the All-American, but got him out. There's a fastball that just missed. That was a more competitive pitch from Beck, but still off the dish, excuse me. Or did they call it a strike? I think it's a strike. I think it's a 2-1 count. So still early in the year for the broadcasters, too. And some of that is on the umpire. You know, the signals sometimes that the umpire will give you are not exactly clear all the time, as Fiedler fires one into the parking lot. And now it's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Holden Fiedler. An outstanding defensive catcher for the Hornets. You talk to the entire pitching staff. They love throwing to Fiedler. He brings a lot at the plate, too. He can do some real damage for the Hornets as he'll foul another one off. That one more towards Wake Fieldhouse rather than the parking lot. Tell you, Beck's got some velocity. You can just tell by the amount of foul balls that are going to that first base side, going to the opposite field when Hornet hitters will foul them off. That's how you can really tell, even without seeing it, that a pitcher is bringing it when those foul balls go the opposite way, and a lot of them have. That fastball will go right up the gut, and it got by the second baseman. Collins is going to come around. He'll score standing up. It's run number 2 for the Hornets, and call it a sharp single base hit there for Holden Fiedler. Fouled a couple pitches off, and then fired one right up the gut by both the pitcher and the diving second baseman.
Now batting, center fielder, number 12.
9-hole man, center fielder Carson Atkins at the dish now from Charlottesville, Virginia. He's in that double leadoff spot. So many coaches love to have a leadoff type of guy down there in the 9-hole who can set the table for the good hitters who are coming around at the top of the lineup. And Atkins fits the bill. Shows bunt there, but takes it. It's ball number 1, another breaking ball, and another batter that Beck has fallen behind. You do have to be careful with this Lynchburg offense because you know they're ready to swing on the 0-0 count. They're ready to start the at-bat looking for something. But you got to have a balance there, too. You don't want to fall behind every pitcher, and you'd like to get a strike in there in one of the first 2 pitches, ideally 2 or 3 strikes pretty early in the count. Maddox, the great Greg Maddox, said he wanted the at-bat to be done in 4 pitches or less. That means either 3 strikes in there or they swing the bat. Atkins has taken everything so far. Comes into the game hitting 200 on the young season. He's got 108 career hits, which is phenomenal. And you can say that about so many guys in this Lynchburg lineup. They are so experienced. 3-1 now as Atkins checking with the umpire there just to get a better understanding of the zone and maybe the count as well. Action pitch coming right here for Carson Atkins. Yeah, he will take a rip at it. Kind of felt that one coming. Good cut. Good pitch by Beck. Full count now with the runner on first. That's Fiedler, nobody away. He's got the RBI single that drove in Gavin Collins, started this inning with the hit by pitch. Atkins will foul that one back. It's another one that goes up and away to the opposite side there on the fastball for Beck. In his second inning of work for the Eastern University Eagles. Set at the waist and ready to go is Beck. Atkins rips it. Right center gap. Nice play to come over and make the grab in the gap by the center fielder, Matt McHale. Seemed like he read that one well right off the bat. Used the wheels to pull that in. If you're Atkins, you probably don't feel terrible about that. Put a good charge into it. But it's F8 in the books and out number 2 of the inning. Long struck out in there between the hit by pitch from Collins and the single from Fiedler. Cameron Lane back up, second look. He struck out in his first at-bat. You've turned the lineup all over already if you're Coach Lucas Jones. So offensively, that makes you feel good. Your leadoff man's getting his second at-bat of the game in the second inning. That is a recipe for success. Pitch missed away. Catcher gave it a long hold there, trying to entice the umpire into perhaps making the call, but it is a ball. And another 2-0 count. It's another situation where Beck has fallen behind. Catcher was set up there. I think he hit the target. just barely missed. That one a little further out and high as well. Now it's 3-0 count for number 34, Cameron Lane. Green light's probably on for Lane here, even though the old school mentality might be to take this pitch. I think Coach Lucas Jones is pretty happy letting his team swing the bat here. That one does just nibble the outside black for a strike. 3-1 now. Good discipline from Lane to leave that ball away alone, and still with a 3-1 count. Fiedler, the catcher, ready to run at first base. There's a good hard swing from Lane. That was nothing but air, and now the runner will be on the move with a full count and 2 outs. See how much Beck wants to bite off here if he tries to go right down middle to make sure he doesn't give up a walk. It is a fastball away setup. Beck got into it but got under it. Right fielder battling the sun a little bit, and he's there for the grab to end the inning, but it's another successful one for the Hornets. 1 hit, 1 left on, and 1 run. Hornets go to the top of the third, leading by 2.
Left on base.
It's 9-1-2 due up for Eastern. Leighton Bamesberger, a freshman from Colorado, will lead it off for the team from just outside Philadelphia. Another Eagles team from Philly here, the Eastern University Eagles. First ball game of the season for them. Bamesberger not taking long to get his college career started. A single that bleeds through the hole there. 1 pitch in his career, and he's got 1 hit. Nice start there for Leighton Bamesberger. Congratulations to the freshman second baseman from Colorado. He's on board for Matt McHale. Flew out to left in his first at-bat. And there's Zach Potts again. But you will see a lot. You will see a lot of contact from Zach Potts. He doesn't miss a lot of bats, but he misses a lot of barrels. It's hard to square him up and hit him hard. I mean, even that single there, take nothing away from Bamesberger, but it wasn't exactly ripped off the aluminum there for the freshman. There's a swing and miss from McHale, and quickly it's an 0-2 count. Potts going to that slider, so deceptive. Even that slider, though, he tends to just miss your barrel and you hit it off the end of the bat, that kind of thing, or you get action like that where McHale clearly out in front of that off-speed pitch. Fastball, slider, changeup, great combo from Potts. Does have good velocity. He's got enough velocity to keep you honest and keep you off balance there. But it's those other pitches, the slider and the changeup, that make him so dangerous. You almost feel like hitters are on defense a lot of times, especially when Potts has it going, which he has had much of his career. 8-4 last season, 63 Ks and just the 20 walks, which really blows me away. Very impressive. Not only that, you think about, again, college baseball. You're starting in February. The weather typically not great, not a great feel for the pitcher out there as far as the grip on the baseball or your body. If you're pitching in 40-degree weather and or rain, those sorts of things. You've come back from the Christmas break as that two-seamer misses inside. You've had your fall practice and you're feeling good. Then you take the Christmas break, and, yeah, sometimes you can keep the throwing routine going. Find somebody at home or you stick around on campus, but it's just not the same. And then you get out there and you got to get things going again. That ball will bounce in. It was a soft liner from McHale. Just sort of threw the bat out there. You got to call that a pretty decent piece of two-strike hitting as it falls in front of the center fielder, Carson Atkins. Atkins made a break on it, but kind of threw up the glove just to deke that runner at first and hold him there. So it's Bamsberger and McHale, back-to-back singles, have Eastern in business here in the top of the third. Lynchburg leads 2-0. This is game one of a doubleheader. I don't know if we've talked about that. There's the bunt. Good job by Potts to get over. Excellent there. That's Jorman coming off the bag at first, flipping to Potts on the move to get over and cover first. That's one you practice all the time as a college baseball team. Pitchers and infielders and catchers. It's typically just called PFP, pitchers fielding practice. And a lot of times in college baseball, when that play is made, you'll hear the dugout just yell out PFP because that's what you're practicing that for. 3-1, fielder's choice on the sack bunt. 2 in scoring position now for the three-hole man. Potts revved that one up a bit. You can see a little bit more life on that fastball, but it misses up and away. Best opportunity of the ball game here so far for Eastern. It was in the middle of saying that it is a doubleheader today, fans. So we hope you can stick around and see a lot of baseball. 2 9-inning games as well. We're not shortchanging any of the baseball fans or players. Breaking ball misses low. Good take from Sean Cottrell to lay off that. That had some bite from Potts. I think out of his hand he probably felt pretty good about that pitch, but Cottrell lays off. 2-0 count now for the big three-hole hitter from Eastern. That one will catch the outside corner for a strike. It was the single from Bamsberger, freshman on his first pitch that he'd seen in his career, slashed at it and got it through the infield. And then McHale, a good piece of two-strike hitting to dump one in front of the center fielder. There's a rip. Collins on the backhand, throws. Fiedler tried to dig it out, but was unable to do so. Caught him with that in-between hop. It'll be a run scored. First one on the board for Eastern. Collins did well to get to it. Had to hurry the throw. It came in low, and Fiedler almost went to the block. Here's the good shot at it there. Yeah, Fiedler tried to read that short hop there and was just unable to do it. And now he's going to go out and have a chat with the pitcher, Zach Potts. So it's runners at the corners now for Eastern. They're on the board after really pretty good baseball. I mean, back-to-back singles. And you get both kinds of hits in there. You get a first-pitch swinging single from Bamsberger. Then you get McHale working a good count with 2 strikes, fighting one off. You go with the sack bunt, and you get your three-hole hitter up there to take a rip at one and create some havoc for the defense. Going to go in the books as a fielder's choice. Our fearless leader, Tim LaDuca, I heard him made that call up here. And, of course, Collins made that nice play earlier in the game to throw a runner out at home. That one was much more difficult. He was behind the bag, backhand, fast runner. And here's another shot at it. Yeah, just kind of fielded it with the backhand and the put the back foot down and threw. Didn't really get the bottom half into it. That might have been one of the reasons why that ball hit the ground before it got to Fiedler. 2-0 count now for Potts as we discussed the previous play. Danger's not over yet for Lynchburg. Just one out on that sack bunt. There's a good breaking ball inside. Fiedler will throw. Runner from third takes off. Classic double steal, and now the game is tied. Eastern scores it. It was the big man Cottrell running on the pitch. Looked like he got a pretty good jump. And that was McHale that came around to score. Tie ball game, 2-2. Just one away here for the home team Hornets. In the red here on this Sunday. Most everybody's got the black sleeves underneath. It was chilly when we got out here for batting practice to start, but now the sun is coming out and you're starting to feel why the forecasters think we'll be in the mid-60s before this day is done. There is a breeze here at Fox Field. Looks like it's blowing out to right. There's Potts. Good, strong fastball to get back in the count now. It is a full count with one out and one man on. Griffin Falco, the catcher, hit into that double play in his first at bat, and he'll foul this one over Wakefield House to our right. Probably going to be Matt Field to start game number 2 for Lynchburg. That's the plan anyway, and everybody's available. When you got a full week off like the Hornets do, next game isn't till Saturday. Everyone is available. Here's another ground ball for Collins. That ate him up. That's probably going to be E5. They scramble to get to it before Cottrell can turn the corner and try to make a break for home. But more contact from Potts. That's what he does defensively. You know you're going to make some mistakes. You hope you can field more of those than you miss. But it was a good, sharp ground ball there from Griffin Falco. Brings up David Hunsberger, senior shortstop. Has a hit already for Eastern. Singled into right field. And here comes pitching coach Travis Beasley for a short discussion. Wants to get the infield involved. It's a 2-2 ball game between Eastern and Lynchburg. Kyle Haney hanging out with you. We might be able to get some special guests going, and we've got to talk about our wonderful crew at some point doing real yeoman's work out here on a Sunday morning. They were scrambling to get up from a late Saturday night. I don't know, Tim LaDuca, our wonderful producer, our executive producer, and as I said, our fearless leader. He is just working the phones to get people out here to make it happen and put together what we think is a top-tier product. I was watching so many games last weekend on LHSN. I flipped over from women's basketball to women's lacrosse, and then it was beach volleyball, which is incredible to talk about the Lynchburg beach volleyball team. I want to discuss that. And then we've even got equestrian going on, and men's lacrosse is off to a great start. We'll try to run down what all those other Lynchburg teams are up to, because it is a busy spring season. And the crew here at LHSN is working serious overtime to make it look and sound good for you fans. Mound meeting is over. Good conversation with pitching coach Travis Beasley. He's the associate head coach here at Lynchburg as well. But Bees and I were talking before the game. Loves where his staff is at. I think the conversation there is multiple reasons. Give Potts a little breathing time. Let him settle down just a little bit. It's been a long inning, so if you can get out there and take the mound visit and almost simulate in between innings, if you can give him 60 or 120 seconds just to catch the breath, get the heart rate back down, that's obviously beneficial. You get to talk to the infield a little bit as well, say, hey, guys, we got to make a play for him here. Expect another ground ball, because that's what Potts does. Be ready for action. And you get to probably talk about the game plan to the hitter, David Hunsberger, as well, who's got a single. So you get to mention that. Hey, he went after the fastball early. Last one, let's maybe go breaking ball, fastball, breaking ball. You can kind of talk through the at-bat a little bit. So I think a great mound visit there by Travis Beasley. Well-timed, well-placed. We'll see if it pays off for Lynchburg. Count goes to 3-1, though, for Zach Potts. 6 strong innings in game 1 last week. It was a week from Friday. And he really somewhat cruised through the first 2 innings, although there were runners on in innings 1 and 2 for Eastern. 2 hits that Potts gave up. But this has been a very solid one for Eastern here. Started off with back-to-back singles, the sack bunt, fielder's choice where the Hornets couldn't get an out at home, and then another ground ball to the third baseman, Collins, that he couldn't handle. Potts is back in it now, though, with a full count, 1 away, runners at the corners. 5-hole man David Hunsberger at the dish, and he took strike 3. Kind of gave the umpire a longer look, but boy, I don't know where that one could have missed. I think Potts went right down Main Street. Second strikeout of the game for number 28. And now there's 2 away for the Lynchburg Hornets. Connor Schilling, he's the other strikeout victim, in fact. Right-handed hitter will hack at the first one and miss. Just the eye test, but to me, the velocity is getting a little bit higher here for Potts. I think he's going after these hitters, a little bit more intensity. as a pitcher, you'll want to manage that intensity. You don't want to get too high and necessarily go 100% every pitch. But you got runners at the corners. You've already given up a couple runs. It makes sense to try and reach into the gas tank and pull out a few more. 0-2 now for Potts. Yeah, breaking ball in the dirt. Fiedler will have to throw to first, and it is strike 3 to end things. But a good inning for Eastern. They score 2 runs on 2 hits. They leave 2 on, and 2s are wild now. We're tied up as the Hornets will come to the plate in the bottom of the 3rd. You're watching the University of Lynchburg on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Look what you're missing. It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Bottom of the 3rd here on LHSN, Lynchburg and Eastern. Fans, I told you we're going to have a special guest on at some point here. We'll make it happen for you. At least one special guest. There might even be some other folks hanging around that we need to talk to. But it is now a 2-2 ball game between Eastern and Lynchburg. Jackson Harding, 2-hole man for Lynchburg, will get his 2nd hit of the ball game. So 2s continue to be wild. We're tied 2-2. Jackson Harding is number 2, and now he has 2 hits. Harding with a good swing there. And talk about a day already for Harding. He hit a double backside over the left fielder's head. This one he turns on and ropes by the first baseman. That will keep the confidence high. I said confidence was high coming in for guys like Jackson Harding. That will keep the confidence very high. And here comes the All-American, Avery Neves. Stares at a breaking ball high. Hit a soft liner to the second baseman in his first at bat. You can imagine he is ready to get up there and swing the bat again. Mr. All-American. Neves has got a runner on in front of him, which I think conventional wisdom says he should see some better pitching with the runner on first. But Neves is a guy that's so good, he's almost in that old school Barry Bonds setup where teams will pitch around him even with runners on. And he already has, we mentioned it, 8 walks on the season so far. That's 8 in 3 games. So he's just shy of 3 walks per game, which is honestly a little bit insane to think about. But Neves is ready. Oh, that pitch came in over the head. Did a nice job to get the bat down. That's the worst, when the pitcher buzzes the tower right over your helmet and you can't get the bat down in time and he ends up getting a strike because it hits the bat behind your head or behind your back. But now Neves has got the 2-1 count with Harding on first. Beck throws over. It's still the junior right-hander John Beck on the mound for Eastern. 2-2 ball game on what has turned into a fabulous early afternoon here in February. It has been a mild February, and I think all the baseball coaches are loving it. I touched on that briefly, but even even in Pennsylvania there for Eastern University, they've been able to get outdoors a lot more than they usually are. As a baseball coach, you've got all these plans to go in the gym and go indoors and et cetera. And when you get to go outside, it's like a complete break from the routine. Neves took that one in the dirt. Catcher may have lost track of the count. He was going to fire it down to first to try and pick off Harding. But it is a walk. And now the Hornets have 2 on. Harding at second, Neves at first. Logan Webster steps to the dish. 1 hit for him already in the ball game, a single through the right side. Webster is sophomore right fielder. Wonder if the bunt will be in play here for Lucas Jones and his squad. Maybe not. Webster takes the first one for a ball inside. Two on, nobody out for the Hornets here in the bottom of the third. 2-2 ball game. Lynchburg scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second. 3 hits already, and 2 left on for Lynchburg. Another 2-0 count for Beck. It's been his problem so far, at least in my opinion. He's fallen behind nearly every hitter for Lynchburg. You got a team like U of L that already swings the bat great. You kind of give them an advantage when you let them have these hitters counts, 1-0, 2-0. But Beck has managed to avoid major damage, really. His fly ball to mid-center field will produce a play at third there. Harding, a nice job to read it, tag, and go. And Neves got to second base there nicely as well. In hindsight, the center fielder, which is Matt McHale for Eastern, might have been better off just throwing into second to keep Neves at first. But it ends up moving both the runners down the line. Now it's 2 in scoring position for Josh Jorman. 6'4" fielder's choice in his first at bat. Senior's ready to go with Neves at second and Harding at third. Another ball for Beck. And I keep going back to it because he keeps doing it. It seems like it's ball 1 every time for Beck. And there's effectively wild. Of course that happens, fans. Nolan Ryan, I guess, is the most glaring example of guys that could fall behind and threw a lot of balls, and it didn't matter. Hold that thought here on the fly ball to left. Harding is on the move. Throw's going to pull the catcher up the line, and Harding will score. Sac fly for Josh Jorman. Got that one deep enough into left field. And Harding using that speed to get in there. I thought the catcher for Eastern, which is Griffin Falco, did a pretty good thing to try to come up the line. As you're going to get another look at it. Watch Falco come out. He's hoping maybe he can get that ball a little sooner and swipe tag Harding as he goes by, or maybe keep Neves at second. But Avery Neves, a great base runner, does advance to third there. Read the throw nicely. Read that the cutoff man was not going to be involved, and here comes a mound visit from Eastern. And that's the All-American Avery Neves right there, again, showing how he can impact a game in multiple ways. He had a great read to get from first to second on the previous fly ball, the fly ball to center field. And then Neves reading the throw out of the left fielder's hand and knows where the cutoff man is and is able to advance from second to third. We've already seen Avery Neves make a pretty good defensive play in left field. It was a ball that could have been tough, but his speed and his skill made it look easy. So Neves, no hits on the day just yet, but again, he's such a complete player. He's going to have an impact anytime he puts the uniform on, whether he's got the bat going or not. Avery Neves standing at third base there for Lynchburg. You can just kind of see him in the shot. At the plate now for the Hornets is going to be number 15, Gavin Collins. A hit by pitch already in this one. Talked about that being such an important part of Lynchburg's game. 107 hit batsmen last year for the Hornets. It did the math, fans. That's 2.29 per game that Lynchburg is getting hit. And that is a skill involved there and something that Coach Lucas Jones talks about. That team concept, sacrifice your body to get on base any way you can. If the pitcher's going to try to throw inside and miss, don't move. And let's take the base. Collins 15 times, was hit 15 times last year. Impressive. Takes a rip at that 1-0 fastball and misses. Or is it 2-0? Now it's 2-1. We'll go with that. The light and the way that the lighting is hitting the scoreboard out there makes it kind of tough to see, but enough excuses. Let's just get through it here as Collins rips at another, and now it's 2-2. 2 away for Lynchburg. They lead 3-2. A run in each inning thus far for the Hornets offense. Beck deals. Collins fights another one off. Excellent two-strike hitting. If you think back to his first at-bat, he did get hit with 2 strikes and had to foul off a couple pitches before that. That makes it even that much more impressive. Beck sets it to waist, fires. Fastball was down. Collins gets to it, looping into the outfield, and it's a grab by Leighton Bamsberger, the freshman, making an impact for Eastern. He got a base hit on the first pitch he saw in his college career, and he makes a pretty good play there. Good vibes as Bamsberger comes into the dugout, but Lynchburg snatches that lead back. They're on top 3-2 over the Eastern University Eagles. You're watching the ball game on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
My name is Sarah Watts, and I'm a computer science major. I chose to play softball at the University of Lynchburg because I came to friendlies and camps, and the team and the coaches were so welcoming, and after that, I knew this was the place for me. The University of Lynchburg has helped me achieve goals because through my classes, I do group projects, and I think that will prepare me for my job when I need to work with people. The person that has the most influence in my life would be my parents, because throughout my softball career they have done nothing but support me, and when I have bad games they always pick me up, and they're always the people that I go to for anything because they just know that they're always there for me. I like playing softball at the University of Lynchburg because
Top of the fourth here at Fox Field, James C. Fox Field, the campus of the University of Lynchburg. We're so glad to have you watching on LHSN. Zach Potts back out there for his 4th inning of work for the Hornets. Labored a bit in the 3rd, gave up the 2 runs. Eastern tied it briefly, but the Lynchburg offense answering in the bottom half of the 3rd with 1 run on 1 hit and 1 left on. Neves walked in there, his 9th walk of the season. So we're not even through 4 games just yet. And Neves has already walked 9 times. Potts has got his 3rd strikeout of the ball game while we chat. Got Langlots to chase on the slider there. Good action on that slider. It's hard to see, first off, for Potts, the slider. Out of his hand, it looks like a fastball. Velocity-wise, it is very close to his fastball. It's not one of those breaking balls that's 6 or 7, 8, 9 miles an hour slower than his fastball. It's actually pretty close. You could really almost call it a cutter rather than a slider. And Potts, just continues to loosen up here. I think the velocity is noticeably quicker than when he started this ball game, which is a good sign, really. A lot of times you get tired and the velo goes down. They'll get Joe Paradise with the swing there. The junior did go around, and now it's a 2-1 count for number 35, the first baseman for Eastern. There's that slider. Paradise laid off, and really a pretty good take because that's another one that had some bite from Potts. So now that we got a dispute about the count again, and that makes me feel better that other people are having trouble seeing it as well. Again, we're somewhat dependent on the umpire to give a good, strong signal, and some umpires, it's kind of a soft signal. They'll yell it out to where the batter and the pitcher and the catcher can hear it. But up here in the press box, sometimes you do have a hard time figuring it out. But it was a walk there that put Paradise on first. The freshman Leighton Bamsberger back up to the dish. Does take a pitch, so now he's seen 2 pitches in his college career. He's already got one hit to his credit, made a pretty nice play going backwards to end the last inning. Bamesberger fires that one back on the foul ball, and now the count is 1-1. Hornets have turned the one double play. It came in the first inning, 5-4-3. Collins made another good play, the third baseman for Lynchburg, to throw a runner out at home. But then a couple balls that Gavin Collins probably wishes he could do over again that contributed to the pair of runs that Eastern scored last inning. Bamesberger's got 2 strikes on him. Potts deals and gets him with a high fastball. Well, now Potts has struck out, it looks like, 3 of the last 5. So maybe just our eye test, our outsider observation about the velo is right, because Potts seems to be really getting into it now. Matt McHale back up, third at bat of the ball game, flied out to center, and a base hit to center. That was that 2-strike base hit that McHale just sort of stuck the bat out there and fended off a good pitch from Potts and turned it into a base knock. 1-0 count with 2 down. There's a slider again from Potts. That catches the inside part, and now it's 1-1. Eastern is going to be busy next week. They play every day next week in Myrtle Beach. It's Manchester on Monday, Newman on Tuesday, Methodist on Wednesday, Newport News Apprentice School on Thursday. And then there just wasn't enough room on the notes here to continue what they're doing. But they're going to knock out about 8 games here in the next week when you count this double dip with Lynchburg. There's a breaking ball in the dirt that will end the inning. And it's a great one from Zach Potts. He did walk the one, but pretty nasty, striking out all 3 in the inning. Lynchburg leads it 3-2. We head to the bottom of the 4th at Fox Field on LHSN. It's Ryan Long due up for Lynchburg here in the bottom of the 4th. 7-8-9 for the Hornets. Long, Fiedler, and Atkins facing number 36, the right-handed junior for Eastern, John Beck. 69th pitch of the game there for Beck. We mentioned that he's been falling behind, not on this occasion, 0-1 start. Here goes Long. He'll turn on that and rip it over the center fielder's head, but a nice play by McHale to go back and actually made that look pretty easy. Turned, opened up nicely there. McHale got a good angle on that one and ran it down. F8 for Ryan Long. He's 0 for 2. Holden Fiedler steps up. He's 1 for 1. A single through the hole. It was an RBI single for Fiedler, the graduate catcher for Lynchburg. Talked about Beck there, and we've been talking about it, how there's the balance between effectively wild and consistently falling behind hitters. Here's another 1-0 start to Fiedler. But I give Beck a lot of credit. He's still there in the bottom of the 4th. There's a shot by Fiedler that's handed pretty easily by the third baseman. Nice job to come off the bag and make the play there by Joe Paradise at first base for Eastern. And now, just like that, there's 2 away for the Lynchburg Hornets.
Now batting, center fielder, number 12.
Carson Atkins put a charge into one, his first at bat. Drove the center fielder, McHale, to the right center gap, but he ran another one down. McHale's almost a vacuum out there, runs well, and is a defensive presence for Eastern in center field. Why wouldn't you put your best outfielder out there? Seems like McHale fits that bill. There's a strike to start things for Beck as he continues to work, and I'm impressed because he has avoided, as I said, major damage despite falling behind a lot of hitters. He's ahead on the 9-hole man for Lynchburg 0-2 with two outs already. There's a ball that Atkins will foul off. And it's game number 1, too. That's the other element to that equation. Most coaches here in late February aren't going to let the pitchers go but so long. And so the fact that he's over 70 pitches now is pretty impressive to me. There's a ground ball from Atkins. Whoop. Little bobble from Bamesberger, but no problem to fire it over there. And that's how inning number 4 will end. A quiet one for Lynchburg. First inning they have not scored any runs. It's 3 up, 3 down for the Hornets, and we go to the top of the 5th here at Fox Field. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Lynchburg.edu, the website to learn more about this wonderful university here in Central Virginia. When I grew up, it was Lynchburg College, and man, it was just loved coming over here for games. And this place, Fox Field, as a player, I played a few games here. Don't know that I had my best performances at Fox Field, but we'll save that story for another day here. Zach Potts is dealing for the Hornets. Struck out all 3 last inning. And really seems to be settling in here after giving up 2 in the 3rd. 4th inning was much better for Potts. Pitched 6 strong in game number 1 a week plus ago, 9 days ago for Lynchburg. And right now he's working into the 5th and working a 1-2 count on Mark Cruiser. Cruiser swings, and he's gone. 1 away for the Hornets defensively. It's 3 Ks in a row for Potts, and he struck out 4 of the last 5. So for somebody that I said wasn't a huge strikeout guy, Potts is proving me wrong with that good hard fastball where the velocity seems to be increasing as we go from morning to afternoon. He's got the breaking ball working, that hard slider, and the changeup there has got that downward action, and he's got the velocity change with that changeup to really keep hitters at bay. 3 consecutive strikeouts for Potts. He seems to be enjoying his day quite a bit more now as he fires that one in there to bring it to an 0-2 count. Travis Beasley made that mound visit with runners on 1st and 3rd. I mentioned I thought that was very well placed from Coach Bees. And really since then, I mean, Potts is absolutely dealing. Another strikeout. That one was a wave at that hard slider. 4 strikeouts in a row for Potts now, and he struck out 5 of the last 6. Griffin Falco to the dish for Eastern. He's hit a couple ground balls to the 3rd baseman. First at bat, it was a 5-4-3 double play that ended the 1st inning, and Falco's 2nd at bat was that ball that Collins couldn't handle over there at 3rd. So now you've already got a trend and something to go on if you're Potts and if you're Coach Beasley calling the pitches. You know he's a pull guy. You've probably had a scouting report coming into the game, but early in the year, you're not going to scout your opponents quite to the depth and the detail that you will, obviously, with your conference matchups. Talked to Coach Scott Renaro about that from Eastern. He said, yeah, we scout everybody, but we've got so many games in Myrtle Beach next week that you're really limited. You can't spend all day scouting one team when you play 6 or 7 games coming up. Boy, that one looked like it did not miss, but the umpire disagrees, and his opinion's the only one that matters. It's Griffin Falco, trots down to first base with the walk. Third walk of the afternoon for Zach Potts. Hornets do lead 3-2. Scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third. Eastern scored both their runs in the top of the third inning. But since then, Potts has been really good. In the stretch, ready to go. There's the slider that looked good from the righty out of Goochland High School. Just west of Richmond. In fact, I guess some folks that are living in Goochland County are commuting to Richmond now. And of course, in the age of working at home, maybe none of that matters anymore. But it's a wonderful place out there in central-ish Virginia, Goochland High School, Goochland County. Potts is ready with the 0-2 count, 2 strikes. Whoa, that's a fabulous pitch, 0-2, to try to nibble that corner there. You see if you can get Hunsberger to maybe wave at that one, or perhaps the umpire gives you an inch or 6 off the plate. And if not, you go to the 1-2 count. Potts going back in. I mean, I love the game plan there from the Lynchburg Hornets. Working both sides of the plate. Different combinations from Potts. He can go in with the fastball or the slider to this left-hander, Hunsberger. Trying the outside corner again. Didn't get it. Fiedler throws, but he got him at second. Quick release from Fiedler to end the inning there on the steal attempt at second. Griffin Falco, his counterpart, the catcher for Eastern, is caught stealing at second, and that's how the top of the 5th ends. No runs, no hits, no left on for Eastern. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Lynchburg leads 3-2.
You have a great look. Let me just tell you that. I know you don't know me yet, but I want to work with you. I'll get a picture real quick.
Thanks, man.
Just once more, and you came and you took control. You touched my very soul. You always show me that loving you is where it's at. You made me so.
LynchburgSports.com is the website to know anything you want to know about Hornets athletics. Such a great job keeping that updated with all the stats, all the schedules, and there is so much going on here at Lynchburg in the spring. Basketball season feels kind of quiet. You got men's and women's hoops, and then in the spring it's just this explosion of all these different sports, and you can see all those home games on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Maybe I shouldn't put my foot in my mouth and say all, because sometimes there's like 8 things going on campus at once, and we just run out of cameras here on LHSN, but we're never going to run out of talent, an abundance of that here. And the baseball team is very much the same way. So much coming back for the Hornets this season. Expectations are high. The standard is very high now. Back-to-back 36-win seasons. Lucas Jones, 120 wins in his time at his alma mater. He was a Lynchburg College guy back in the day and one of the all-time best as a player, too. And he had some other coaching stops, Patrick Henry Community College, also Washington and Lee for a few seasons. But Lucas Jones back at home here, Lynchburg guy, grew up playing at Heritage High School, just a few minutes away from campus. And what a program. It was already a great program before Lucas Jones took over. But, again, the standard has just been raised consistently since he's been at the helm. Swing and a miss there for Cameron Lane is his second strikeout of the ball game. Chased one low. And here comes the Deuces wild man. Number 2, Jackson Harding, with 2 hits already. The lefty had a double over the left fielder's head. He's going after the first one here. It's a shot to the shortstop, but scooped up there, and Harding is going to be out. 6-3 on the throw across the diamond, so Harding's perfect day comes to an end. Good hack at it. I don't think you feel bad about the approach or the swing at all from Harding. Just hit it right at the shortstop. And here's the All-American, Avery Neves. Maybe better pitches to hit with nobody on base. Maybe Beck goes after him. And, yeah, number 36, the starter, John Beck, is still out there. He has really settled in. I've talked about how he's consistently falling behind hitters, but the last couple innings, that is not the case. Beck is going at batters, and he shows it right there with the first pitch breaking ball in for a strike. That curveball looked like it was a level higher, but still a strike, and now it's 0-2 on Neves. Just a one hit on the season for Avery Neves. It was a homer, the trip to Georgia. Fastball up and a ball. 1-2 now for Beck. Righty swings out from the windup and deals. Another breaking ball in there. Neves turns. That almost hit him. He got hit 11 times last year. He's in that group of guys that doesn't mind wearing the baseball. But that one misses, and now it's 2-2 with 2 away. Neves will hack at that breaking ball and absolutely rip it into center field. So there you see the class and the talent from the senior All-American Avery Neves. He saw that breaking ball a couple times. He took it a couple times for a strike. And a lot of times when you do that, you get a feel for what the curveball is going to do. And then when the pitcher goes to it again with 2 strikes, you can really put a good pass on it, and he did that right there. Don't know what the exit velocity was on that liner, but it was coming off with steam behind it. Neves is on first with 2 outs. Second hit of the season there for Avery Neves. But he's walked 9 times. We've seen him with some great base running today, a good defensive play in left field in the first inning. And it brings up Logan Webster. 1 for 2 on the day. Webster was hitting in the lineup. He hit second in games 2 and 3 for Lynchburg. Now he's in that cleanup spot. It had been Riley O'Donovan the first 3 games in the 4-hole for Lynchburg, so this is a bit of a lineup change. And on that note, it has been 4 different lineups for Lynchburg this season. I think the only constants have been Neves in the 3-hole and Atkins in the 9 spot. Gavin, let me correct that, fans. Gavin Collins has hit in the 6-hole every game this year for Lynchburg. But other than that, it's been a mixture of things. Neves will run, and he'll get the stolen base, no problem. And just right on cue. I said there's so many ways he can impact a game, and you get it right there. He hits the homers. Yes, the power is there. He's a great base runner, high baseball IQ, understands the game. And then you throw in a lot of hard work from Avery Neves, and this is what you get. You get an All-American type of player. In scoring position for Logan Webster now, as Webster fouls one back. The count moves to 1-2 with 2 outs. 2-out hitting so important for the successful teams. Lynchburg has been that the last couple seasons. Oh, Webster missed that one in the dirt. Going to try to beat the throw down to first, but it's not going to happen, and the inning has come to an end. 1 man left on after 1 hit, and we go to the top of the 6th. Lynchburg leading 3-2 on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Every great college has a great city. For Lynchburg, we are near urban areas with lots of restaurants, shopping, and events. Plus, we are one of the top schools in the area. Come see for yourself.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely
David Hunsberger due up for Eastern. He was at the dish when the inning ended on the caught stealing at second base. Hunsberger was dealing with 2 strikes from Zach Potts, and Potts has struck out 4 of the last 5. There's a bunt. Pops, tongue-tied there as Potts pops off to try to make the play at first. He can't. Now the baseball is going everywhere. Neves there for the backup. It's a base hit on the bunt, and then an error somewhere in there that's going to get David Hunsberger to second. You get a look at the tail end of the play there as Jorman was dealing with the runner and the ball coming in at the same time, and that's one reason why some coaches like that base hit bunt to the first base line. The base hit bunt attempt down the third base line is a little bit more, I think, conventional, but you can bunt to the first base line with success, as Hunsberger shows it right there. This seems to be part of the game plan now for Eastern. Maybe try the small ball, try to bunt, make Potts move around and field the position. I don't think he's shown a problem doing that. But, if you're not getting extra base hits and swinging the bat well, why not try to bunt and maybe work your way to something that way? It certainly paid off for Hunsberger to lead off the inning. Potts got his first win of the season against Wilmington. That game was on February 17th. He went 6 strong, gave up 4 hits, 1 walk, 6 Ks in there. This is a bloop single that is not going to fall in, as it's taken out of the sky in right field by Logan Webster. Looked like from our angle that ball was going to die, but Webster got there and really a pretty good play. You could tell it happened quickly because Hunsberger stuck at second base there. Typically you want to tag up at second with nobody out, but Hunsberger really had no opportunity to do that. Now Brock Langlock's at the plate for Eastern. Langlotz is a right-handed hitting junior. He's playing right field for the Eagles, and he's 0 for 2. Fielder's choice and a strikeout so far on his day. The first day for Eastern. They are 0-0, first game of the season. Another ground ball to the left side. Backhand in the hole. Strong throw. Jorman picked it out of there nicely. That is fabulous stuff for the Lynchburg defense. Got to go deep in the hole there to make that play for Ryan Long. It's been Brandon Garcia playing shortstop all season. Long. Backhand throws. Long enough hop there that Jorman can handle it. Liked how Jorman got the hips down, even had the knee on the ground to get a little better angle at that hop coming in, and digs it out nicely. That is absolutely huge. And it could be a run if Jorman doesn't pick it. If he gets the leather on it but can't come up with it clean, then it's at least runners at first and third. But now it's just a runner at third with 2 outs, and that may be all the motivation and help that Potts needs, as he's got an 0-2 count now in Joe Paradise. Really good play there for the Hornet defense. Fastball that must have just come in above the letters there. I think Potts liked it, but the count goes to 1-2. That's probably well placed. 0-2 fastball. Get it a little elevated. If you miss down a little bit, maybe it's a strike, but at worst you set up the next pitch, and that one looked like Potts wanted to go down and in. Just going back to his first outing briefly, he is 1-0 on the season. 6 strikeouts. He did hit 1 in that win against Wilmington, but just impressive stuff. No earned runs in 6 innings, and he's going to get out of this one again. Potts has got another strikeout, gets Paradise swinging, and that's how the inning will end. 1 hit, but 1 stranded, as Zach Potts is through 6 innings again, and he is doing it for the Hornets. They lead 3-2, game 1 of 2 here at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
Found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
I was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when
The designated hitter, Sean Cottrell, in the game and on the mound for Eastern. He's a 6'1 junior from St. Augustine Prep in Glassboro, New Jersey. And it was a good 5 innings of work from John Beck. Really, I thought he got better as the game went on. And if you just look at the scoreboard, that would back that up, because Lynchburg scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third, but blanked in innings 4 and 5. Here's a swing and a bouncing ball to the left side. Throw across the diamond will get number 25, Josh Gorman. So Gorman out 6-3. Sean Cottrell is in the game as the pitcher. He appeared in all 38 games for Eastern last season. Looking for the pitching numbers. Yeah, here we go. He got 2 wins on the mound last season. Struck out 27 in 42 innings of work. So certainly with some experience for Eastern. And it's another situation where in game 1 of the season, if he's the first guy out of the bullpen, that tells you a little bit about the coaching staff's belief in Cottrell and how good they think he can be. It's a close game, too. It's a 3-2 ball game. Eastern is very much in this thing. So that tells you what you need to know as far as the confidence level they have in Sean Cottrell. He struck out 27 in 42 innings of work, so not a high strikeout guy last season, but certainly more than capable. Some body language there indicating maybe he either didn't like the pitch selection from his catcher or didn't like the call from the umpire, one of two. As Collins takes a rip at one and fouls it back, it's now full count. Gavin Collins really works the count. He is not afraid to hit late in the count. Not afraid to hit with 2 strikes on him. He'll turn on that one and dump it into left field. Gavin Collins is aboard for the second time this afternoon for the Lynchburg Hornets offense. Ryan Long steps to the dish. He is 0 for 2 on the day. A strikeout and a fly out. Ryan Long might be due. Gavin Collins, another one of those guys, a very good base runner. He really made a splash his freshman season a couple years ago, Gavin Collins, coming in as basically a full-time starter. I think in the fall, Coach Lucas Jones and his staff was blown away. You know, you recruit guys out of high school, but sometimes you just don't know what you're going to get. But Collins came in an immediate impact player for Lynchburg's baseball team, and they have been in the starting lineup ever since. Breaking ball from Cottrell. Brings it to a 1-1 count with one away. Jorman led off the inning, 6-3. Collins is on. Ryan Long, the shortstop, at the dish here for the Hornets. He made a great defensive play last inning to go backhand in the hole. Oh, boy, they picked Collins off. This will be a fun one if we can get a replay because it was bang-bang at first. Good move from Cottrell. I mean, tight spin there to get Collins. Leaning a bit. Yeah, there we get the tail end of it. Boy, if you're a Hornet fan, you're probably not going to be in love with that replay because the tag looked like it got Collins up around the shoulder. Now, I'm also not criticizing the umpire because that's a tough deal and it's bang-bang. And just because he tagged him in the shoulder doesn't mean that the throw didn't beat him. But it's 2 down now as Collins is picked off at first for out number 2. That's one that you can debate a lot because some base stealers will tell you they'd rather get picked off at first than thrown out at second. That was the old Ricky Henderson thing. He was okay with getting picked off at first. You had to gamble a little bit over there. Cottrell's going to strike out Long to end the inning. It's a fast one for Eastern as Lynchburg did get one on with a hit, but none left on after the pickoff. And we will go to top of the 7th here at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
My name is Brittany Coleman. I graduated in 2014 and I have a major in chemistry and a minor in secondary education. And I'm currently teaching chemistry and 7th grade science at a local combined school. Being able to have access to your professors pretty much anytime they're in their office is really helpful, especially in difficult science subjects. I love that I am able to teach a difficult subject to students who typically aren't going to perceive it as enjoyable. I'm able to present it in an interesting way because I was presented this information in an interesting way. It's nice for me to be able to mirror what it was that influenced me to be able to teach.
Freshman Logan Tapman is on the mound for the Lynchburg Hornets. 6'2", 210 pounds, out of Berlin, Maryland. Right-handed thrower will take over for Zach Potts. Another 6-inning performance for Potts. He went 6 in his first outing of the season. And Potts went 6 in this one, gave up 5 hits, stranded 5 runners, really started striking out players. As the game went on, it looks like Logan Potts will end with 8 Ks. Had a couple walks in there to go along with those 5 hits, but another successful outing for Zach Potts. Be interesting to get inside his head and figure out what he thought about it. I thought he pitched well. Defense made some great plays for him, and then there was an error or two mixed in there. But Potts looked like he got better and better as the game went on. First pitch swinging here for Eastern. Another throw across the diamond. Another scoop by Jorman. Oh, no. The umpire is going to call safe. And number 17, Leighton Bamsberger, is on for the second time this afternoon. Bamsberger was hustling out of the box. He's speedy. Yeah, he lost it there. Great replay again by our crew. Jorman, it came out of his glove and went under his body. The throw would have got him if Jorman could have dug that one out, as he did an inning or so ago. but this time not able to do it, and Leighton Bamsberger's on first base. Logan Tapman is the freshman on the mound now for Lynchburg. He came in the game against Piedmont. That is the only loss on the resume so far for the Hornets. But Tapman came in through 5 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 walk, 3 Ks, none earned. Piedmont scored all 5 of their runs in the first inning in that game against Lynchburg. That was back on February 19th, so that was a week ago. Lynchburg lost that 5-4. The Hornets actually scored 2 in the top of the first, gave up 5 in the bottom of the first. Lynchburg was able to scratch out runs in innings 5 and 8, but they end up falling short despite out-hitting Piedmont in that one. And as I said, 2-1 on the year for Lynchburg. That's their only loss, but Tapman came in and gave them 5 really good innings. Fly ball and ground ball outs were split, 4 fly outs, 5 ground outs, and I mentioned that he struck out 3. So he's a freshman that Coach Lucas Jones and all the other staff really high on. Seeing it right now for Lynchburg and Logan Tapman, a freshman from Maryland, already in for second game in his college career. Set and ready to go with a runner on first. There's a pop-up that catcher Fiedler will run after and give a look at here at the backstop, but it's out of play. Full count. And it's the leadoff man, Matt McHale. So not an easy spot for Tapman to come into. It's a 1-run ball game. 9-hole hitter Leighton Bamsberger is on. But it speaks to the confidence level and belief that the Lynchburg coaching staff has in Logan Tapman to bring him in here. Good-looking pitch there as the hat comes off, and it misses. Must be a full count now, and maybe a good spot to put the runner on the move. Bamsberger, a speedy freshman second baseman, over there at first for Eastern. And the runner will go, but it's ball 4 anyway. Doesn't matter. Runner moves to second base, and now it's runners on first and second. So the freshman right into the fire in his second career college game. Cruiser is up. He is 0 for 2 with a walk in the first inning, fielder's choice, and a strikeout. Like it by Fiedler here to go out and have a chat with the freshman Tapman. Maybe you'd go out and chat with a seasoned veteran out there on the mound, but it's runners on first and second, nobody out. So you remind everybody that the bunt is in play, the sacrifice bunt. We've seen Eastern bunt quite a bit, a couple sack bunts, and then also some base hit bunt attempts. One was successful. So I think Fiedler's doing that right now with his high IQ, maybe talking about what he's seen from Cruiser from here on out as far as where he may or may not like to hit the baseball. Still thinking about basketball season. I mean, it's late February after all. But we are on the diamond here on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Mound conference over, nobody out. And Mark Cruiser is up, a junior free swinger for Eastern. Logan Tapman, a freshman on the mound in his first inning of work for Lynchburg. The high set there, chest height, checks the runner at second and deals. Comes in low, but a strike for Lynchburg. It was 6 innings of work for Zach Potts, and he's got himself in position to get his second win of the season if Lynchburg can hold on to the lead. Cruiser took a rip at that and fouled it off down the third base line. 0-2 count now for the freshman from Lynchburg, Logan Tapman. Mark Cruiser is a Delaware native, 30 starts last season. Split time between catcher and second base. That's an interesting combo. You see the catcher third base and the catcher DH. Catcher maybe plays some first base. But not often do you see a catcher playing second base as he caps this one off the back wall. He'll get another 2-strike pitch here in just a moment. He had a .291 average last season for Eastern. 8 doubles, 3 home runs, so he's got some pop, got some power. and he had at least one hit in 21 games last season for Eastern. He's hitting second for the Eagles. So take a look at that breaking ball. It must have just missed. Moves our count to 1-2. Nobody down here in the top of the 7th. Eastern down 1, but certainly not out. One-run baseball game. Gotta like the excitement early in the year. Fans have seen some good stuff today. A low-scoring affair, but I think that's typical as Cruiser waves at that one, and he's gone on a breaking ball from Tapman. I think the close games and the low-scoring games are pretty typical early in the season, basically, in college baseball. Certainly in places like Virginia where the weather is not really fully heated up yet. Takes a little bit longer for the bats to get going. It's a little bit tougher in the cold weather to get the ball to carry as far. You don't see as many extra base hits and home runs in the cold weather. Now we're developing into a nice afternoon here in Lynchburg, but it's still below 60 out there. The ball just doesn't travel the same way it does when it's 80 degrees outside. That's a factor. Pitchers are probably ahead of hitters, early in the season. As a hitter, you haven't had that many live at bats yet. Pitchers can work in private and in a silo on the mound there. You can just throw to the catcher in the bullpen and get ready that way. Hitters, you need the live at bats. You need to see some live pitches, as the pickoff attempt at second base has got Bamesberger in a bit of pain. Coaches are going to come out to check on him, and it gives us a chance to pause and regroup here and tell you more about what to expect from the Lynchburg Hornets. Next game is on the road at William Peace this Tuesday, February 28th. That's a 3 p.m. start time for Hornets baseball. Got 16 games in March. 7 of those are home games. And we've got some doubleheaders in there, including our next home game. That'll be Saturday, March 4th. That's a week from yesterday. 11 a.m. first pitch between Lynchburg and York. Game 2 will follow, and then York hangs around on Sunday for a noon first pitch. So you got 3 ball games here at Fox Field next weekend. And just looking at the advanced forecast, it looks like it's going to be great weather. We would love to see you out here at the ballpark. Or, of course, you can tune in to LHSN. Get all the action here. There's another look we're going to get at the pickoff attempt. I think it was, don't know if it was the ankle that got twisted up there for Bamesberger. Probably shouldn't even speculate, even though I already have. Back to Lynchburg's schedule. First ODAC game is March 12th, so it's really right around the corner, fans. That'll be home against Bridgewater on the 12th of March. So the Old Dominion Athletic Conference is always a meat grinder, really in every sport, but particularly in baseball. You usually get 2 teams in that NCAA tournament. That was Shenandoah and Lynchburg last year. Those 2 teams were picked 1 and 2 in the ODAC this season. But I believe Bridgewater 5th in that preseason poll, and they're always a tough opponent. Again, everybody in the ODAC is tough. You can just say that up and down the line. So it's going to be a good home schedule for Lynchburg this season. We look forward to seeing you at Fox Field. And we look forward to you watching more ball games here on LHSN. A substitute in the game for Bamesberger. So whatever happened to the freshman out there, maybe not his entire afternoon, but at least game 1 for the freshman is going to be done a little bit early. He was on base twice and made a pretty good play out there at second base. But a new man in the ball game to run for Eastern is Ryan Terzani. Ryan Terzani, a 5'9" junior from East Brunswick, New Jersey, is in the ball game off the bench to run. Don't know if he's just going to be a pinch runner, or perhaps he'll stay in and play second base. We'll wait and see. It's a long break for Tapman on the mound. You don't love that as a pitcher. Pitchers are built on that rhythm and that routine, and you could see Tapman playing catch, but you don't love throwing 10 or a dozen pitches and then having to stop for that injury break. And it's a 1-0 count as we return to action with the man that started the game as the DH, but now in there is the pitcher, Sean Cottrell. Cottrell's got 1 hit, 1 for 3 with a fielder's choice and a strikeout in there. Breaking ball misses down for Tapman as we get our first pitch in about a 4 or 5 minute break there. Want to tell you more about what's going on with the rest of the teams here at Lynchburg. We'll wait for the action to quiet just a bit, as it is a pretty big sequence here with 1 out. Runner on first and second for Eastern. They trail by 1. Feels like a key moment in the ball game here. High leverage kind of a situation for Logan Tapman as the fastball finds the edge for a strike. Tapman looks in for the sign. Lynchburg using the electronic device to signal in the pitches from the dugout. Everybody up here in the press box, we were marveling at that earlier. Tapman will throw to second again. And the new man Terzani back in time. Well, yeah, the Lynchburg coaching staff signaling the pitches in. You're seeing that a lot in the big leagues nowadays. Coaches used to go through the signed sequence over there from coach to catcher. Then the wristbands became very much in vogue to signal the pitches in. You just shout out a number sequence, and the catcher would look down. Cottrell swings and misses at that breaking ball. And a lot of teams are still doing it that way. Lynchburg with some of their offensive stuff on the wristbands, rather than, again, a coach in the third base box giving the signs. Just shout out a number sequence, and there's a grid down there, a graph, an Excel spreadsheet kind of a look, and the players scroll down and find what the specific play is. 1-2 count coming up here for Tapman. Outside set up by Fiedler. Tapman got it there, but it missed outside. And now the count goes 2-2. 1 away here for Eastern. They get their 3-hole hitter at the dish. Got to feel pretty good about that. The junior pitcher, Sean Cottrell. Tapman with that chest high set. He's ready to go. Runner on the move, swing and a miss. Fiedler will not have a play at third. Runner from first did not go. So now with 2 away, it's runners on first and third. Great breaking ball action for Tapman. You can see why he's out there in this high leverage situation. That breaking ball's got some movement and appears to be hard to hit. Griffin Falco stepping to the dish now for Eastern. Falco has a walk. He's hit 2 balls at the third baseman. 1 Lynchburg turned into a 5-4-3 double play. 1 was mishandled by Gavin Collins. Pitch misses high. Griffin Falco, another New Jersey guy for Eastern. Started 30 games last year between catcher, third base, and DH. 29 hits, 11 of those were doubles, and he hit 4 homers. So Falco, another guy catching today that has some juice. Swings and misses at that. 1-1 count. Runners at first and third, so you've got your defensive coverage there for a steal. We did see Eastern get one of their runs on a double steal. Runner from first took off. Runner from third waited to see that throw go through, and runner at first will take off. Ball in the air, right side. Sun out there, might be tough to handle, but Jorman pulls it in, no problem. Runner at first got confused and thought there was less than 2 outs, but it doesn't matter as Jorman pulls it in, and the inning is done. Tapman comes on, strands a couple runners. Another good inning for the freshman from Lynchburg, and the Hornets hold on to their lead. 3-2 advantage going to the bottom of the 7th here at Fox Field and broadcasting live on LHSN.
My name is Emily Brubaker. I am a junior from Raleigh, North Carolina. I am a marketing major with a digital media marketing minor. I chose to come to the University of Lynchburg because, first of all, the golf program was new and it was starting up, so I was really intrigued by that idea. And then the class sizes here are also really similar to what I had in high school. And that was really good for me because it meant I would have a good relationship with my professor. So when I did have to miss for golf, the professor knew me and being able to make up the work would be easier than if I went to a bigger school. What I like about the campus is walking around, everyone's just friendly in general. First of all, it's a beautiful campus, but everyone around here is smiling and they're having fun. And it just has a really homey feel that is something that I really enjoy. What I liked about the athletic department here is the facilities are really nice. We have an indoor facility that is designated for us. And then something else that I really enjoyed is the coaches and the athletic directors are very involved in players' school and just golf in general. So it's nice knowing that you have a community around you to help you if you need help.
Logan Klember is on as a defensive replacement at second base. Starting second baseman for Eastern, Leighton Bamesberger, got tangled up a little bit at second on a pickoff attempt. The runner came on for him, and now it's Logan Klember at second base for Eastern. Sean Cottrell stays on to pitch. He'll face 8, 9, and 1 for Lynchburg. Hornets have not scored since the third inning, but Lynchburg leads it 3-0. Fly ball to right field for Fiedler is caught going towards the line, and out number 1 is in the books here in the bottom of the 7th. Stretch time at Fox Field. It's a doubleheader, so you're probably going to stretch your legs in between games as well. Even in just one game, a 9-inning game, really it should be like the 5th inning stretch or something, because it's beyond halfway when you get to the 7th inning. In fact, a lot of coaches break up the game into three inning sets. 1, 2, 3 is the start of the game. 4, 5, and 6 is the middle, and then 7, 8, 9, the championship rounds, if you will, when things really get down to the nitty-gritty. Atkins is a 9-hole man, graduate student for Lynchburg, another guy that has put together a very healthy career. I mean, the resume is strong for Carson Atkins. He'll take a rip at that and foul it back. He's 0 for 2 today. It is a 1-2 count, as we've been having fun with that all day. Yeah, Atkins is a Charlottesville guy. He has 108 career hits. Been ODAC Player of the Week. That was in early March of last season. And actually was a two-way guy to begin his career, 14 pitching appearances in his career. Don't know that Lynchburg will have to go to him on the mound any this season, but you never know. It was a decent weekend last weekend for Carson Atkins. He enters the game hitting 200. 145th game played for Atkins, and there is quite a few guys on this roster for Lynchburg that have just been at this for a while now. The COVID season in there is a factor, and that's a factor for everybody still in college baseball. A lot more fifth-year guys in college baseball right now, and the other sports as well. I shouldn't leave out the other college sports that the COVID pandemic affected, but just we're at a baseball game here today, and Atkins is one of those guys. 145 ball games. I mean, that's really impressive. And it also kind of blows your mind when you start thinking about professional baseball, where they play 162 in a season. Atkins has been around for 5 years, and he's at 145 career games, and we're talking about that like he's an old man ready for a nursing home or something. Atkins is ready for another pitch here from Cottrell. Full count with 1 away. Goes after that one. One hopper to the shortstop that he really flicked the glove up nicely, and then it's dug out nicely at first base. It'll go in the books as 6-3. Looked pretty simple on paper, but in reality it was a tough exchange there on both ends. Atkins hit that one hard.
Number 27, Dylan Fisher.
And now it's a substitute in the ball game. Number 27, Dylan Fisher will step to the plate for Lynchburg. Comes in for the leadoff man, Cameron Lane. Fisher is number 27, a left-handed hitter. He is a senior from Haymarket, Virginia, Highland School. 5'7", 150 for Dylan Fisher. Right on left matchup might be part of the equation here for Coach Lucas Jones. Lane was a left-handed hitter. Lane also 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, so I'm sure that factored in there a bit as well. Fisher did not see action in 2022. He batted .276 in 19 games in 21, his sophomore season. Had a .463 on-base percentage, so doing a little bit more than just swinging the bat, able to get on in some other ways as well. That would be the walks and the hit-by-pitch. We've talked about the hit-by-pitch game is a very big part of the Hornets' offensive attack. Fisher's ready. That pitch was nowhere close, and it'll be a walk. So there you go. Dylan Fisher on board after the walk.
Second baseman, number 2, Jackson Harding.
First change in the lineup there for Lynchburg, and now you're going to get another change as a pinch runner will come on. Fisher with a quick day, but you can't feel terrible about it. He didn't really get any good pitches to swing at. Took the walk, got on base, did exactly what the Hornets offense needed, nothing more, nothing less. We've got 2 away, and we'll figure out the new runner in here in just a moment. Gravitt is in to run for Lynchburg. Jackson Harding is at the dish, 2 for 3 on the day. Fortunately for us, the umpire had to make the changes in his scorebook there. That's one of the things the umpires keep track of, all the substitutes. Got to alert the ump to the changes that you are making. And then a lot of times the umpire will alert the press box too. 2 away here for Cottrell. The righty deals. Last at bat, the pitches seem to be getting further and further away from the target for Cottrell. I wonder if there could be a meeting coming up from an Eastern coach or perhaps just the catcher run out and chat with him. But it's a 1-0 start to Jackson Harding. Double over the left fielder's head in inning number 1. Harding scored a run there. And a single to begin the 3rd inning. Harding put a charge into this one. Deep center field area here at Fox Field and plenty of room to run for Matt McHale as he tracks it down. And that's how the inning will end. 1 left on, no hits for the Lynchburg Hornets. They still hold on to the lead as we go to the top of the 8th inning here at Fox Field. Glad to have you along for the ride here. It's the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
My name is Taylor Clark, and I graduated in the spring of 2019, and I was a math major, and I'm currently a processing and packaging supply chain leader at Frito-Lay here in Lynchburg. As a math major, I loved every single second being in the classroom. I would fight for those professors, my classmates. I learned and grew as a person being in that class and challenging myself more than I would have ever thought I could. A big part of my job is root cause analysis and being able to look at a problem and figure out why did this happen and how can we make sure that this doesn't happen again. So as a math major, you learn that you need to have fundamental truths before you make any other statement, make any other assumption. The reason why I chose Lynchburg, and it's the general consensus on campus, is the relationship you get to build with your professors. And that sense of community that you get where you and your peers all understand and know that the people who are trying to push me to be better also will support me through it all.
Jack Batchmore is on the mound for the Lynchburg Hornets. He becomes the 3rd player to take the bump for the home team here today. Batchmore from West Potomac High School. He got a win already this season. That was in relief in Game 3. He's a guy that does come in out of the bullpen for Lynchburg, but they start him as well. Left-hander. Great breaking ball for Batchmore. Gets a lot of strikeouts with the breaking ball. You see it right there. Good action. It's deceptive. He comes over the top with everything, which is really becoming kind of rare in baseball these days. Everybody's in the 3/4 arm slot. So when you see a guy come straight over the top like they used to do in the old days a bit more, actually kind of becomes deceptive and hard to hit. Velo is there. The velocity has been up for Batchmore, and he is more than capable of getting the job done. It's a 1-run ball game. Eastern down 3-2. They've trailed the entire game. The Eagles from Eastern did tie it up briefly, and then Lynchburg answered with a run in the bottom of the 3rd. 1 run in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for Lynchburg's offense. There's the curveball. There's the 12-6 break, and from that left-handed arm slot, it's got a great downward action there for Jack Batchmore. Love watching these lefties work. And he's got a strikeout looking to begin inning number 8. There's a sharp single over Jorman, the first baseman's head, and now there's a runner on. Connor Schilling hacking at the first pitch and goes after it and gets a hit. Langlotz is on. He's 0 for 3 on the afternoon. But now with a runner on, that is the tying runner on here in the top of the 8th. Bit more pressure for the lefty Batchmore. Got to go to the stretch, too. There's the breaking ball. Langlotz taking a rip at it, first pitch, and that's maybe a little bit rare and noteworthy anyway. A lot of times you want to take a peek at that breaking ball, especially one that has the stuff that Batchmore's does. But Langlotz took a rip. He'll take a hack at that. Both these foul balls going down the left side. And that's something that the coaching staff and Fiedler, the catcher, will take note of. Maybe time to go away on the 0-2 pitch here for Batchmore. 1 out. Struck out Hunsberger to begin the inning. To begin the inning. Lynchburg instead will go with the high fastball that Langlotz fouls off. 3 straight foul balls here for Brock Langlotz, the right fielder for Eastern. Batchmore looks like he's plugged in and switched on early. Despite the one single there, first pitch swinging from Connor Schilling, the last hitter. Schilling wants to run. Good pitch to throw on for Fiedler, and he got him. Second caught stealing of the afternoon for Holden Fiedler. It was a ball on the fastball up, but as a catcher, no other pitch you'd like to throw a guy out on than that right there. Fiedler, quick release, strong arm, bag got covered, and it's an out. The potential tying run is gone. Great look there from the crew here at LHSN, and then there's one into the left field, no problem for Avery Neves. F7 to end the top of the 8th. Lynchburg leading by 1, 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 8th here at Fox Field.
My name is Jen Hyde. I graduated in 2018 and I got my major in philosophy, political science, and I minored in human services. And career-wise, right now I work at a residential treatment center for juveniles with sexually reactive behaviors. I would say the biggest advantage is definitely that it is a small campus. You know, you get to have that one-on-one with your professors. They're willing to help you out. They're going to get to know you more than just a student that they're teaching. You know, they really invest into your lives. Definitely use every resource that you can kind of get at Lynchburg. There's tons of mentors within the professors, the faculty, the staff here, your peers that are here. You have so many options that you can take. There's so many classes, you know, even if it's not within your major, if there's a class you're interested in, take it. Kind of explore your options because Lynchburg does have such a wide variety of different things that you can do. You know, be involved, become a well-rounded individual because Lynchburg sets up the support to where you can do that here.
Bottom of the 8th here at Fox Field. It's Lynchburg leading 3-2. Kyle Haney hanging out with you, and we're going to run down all of our wonderful crew. I mean, it takes a village to put these games on and make them look and sound this good, and we're doing it. And it is just game 1 for us today, fans. We've got a double dip. Let's play 2. And we've got to get that special guest in here at some point. We'll get a second microphone or headset set up here for our special guest and hopefully get him or they. There could be multiple special guests. Neves will look at this breaking ball come across. It's a 1-1 count now for the All-American. He is 1 for 2 with 1 walk in there. His 9th walk of the season. I don't know. I think our special guest thinks we're ready for him now. Neves is ready for the 2-1 delivery coming up here. Lynchburg leading 3-2. I think the performance from Jack Batchmore has our fans pumped up here. And, of course, who doesn't get excited to watch Avery Neves swing the bat? Living legend seems like a bold phrase, but I mean, how much better of a resume are you going to get from a baseball player? And he's got 1 more full season to go, Mr. Avery Neves here. He will take that fastball high, and he's worked it to a 2-2 count. Neves, just a walk machine, led the country in walks last season. He got on base in all 48 ball games. He does get hit by some pitches as well, much like a lot of the lineup here for Lynchburg. Neves swings and misses that. Breaking ball got him down and away. And, boy, that's a big out for Sean Cottrell. I don't know, again, how much of a scouting report Eastern had, but you at least know that Neves was an All-American last year. At the very least, you saw his name on there and you say, oh, we're playing Lynchburg. They had an All-American. So that's a big out for Cottrell. Here's Webster swinging and banging at the first one. This might get to the wall, cut off, but Webster is going to cruise into second base with a double. So that's a great way to follow up a strikeout. And really think about the psychology of that, too, baseball fans. Cottrell has got to be feeling good about striking out the All-American Neves. So Webster to go up there and hunt for that first pitch, knowing that, hey, maybe Cottrell has dialed the intensity down a little bit after getting Neves out, to go up there and just hammer that into the gap, well, that's huge. Runner on second is Logan Webster, the sophomore. One of the few in this Lynchburg lineup that we can't just go through the resume and talk about the amount of hits he's had and the games played. Logan Webster, relative newcomer here to the lineup for Lynchburg, but a big knock right there. An insurance run would be huge for the Hornets. Josh Gorman at the dish now. He is 0 for 3 so far on the afternoon. All three balls going to the left side, which is probably noteworthy as well. 2 to the shortstop, and this one will go to the right side, and it might go deep to the right side. Jorman got all of that. It's 2 hops off the wall. Webster will come around to score, no problem. Jorman wants more. Could have a play at third. No, the throw is off the mark, and that's a triple. That brings the bench to life, and it is the insurance run. 4-2 Hornets lead now after the big rip from Gorman. Jorman just really jumped on this. Here's a look at how deep it got. Yeah, just shy of the fence and the warning track out there. Gavin Collins is up. He is 1 for 2 on the day with the hit by pitch in there. Infield is in for Eastern in a 4-2 ball game. Collins right back to the middle. Cottrell fends it off and then realizes he's got some time, throws him out at first. Good play there by Cottrell just to get the leather on it and then to compose himself and get organized and realize he's got plenty of time to throw Collins out at first. So now there's 2 away. It was Avery Neves that led off the inning, struck out. Webster jumped on the first pitch, sent that into the left center gap. Jorman sends one into the right center gap. The offensive explosion happening now for Lynchburg. See if they can tack on one more. Hornets do lead 4-2. First run since the 3rd inning for Lynchburg's offense. That don't want to say they went completely cold. Innings 4 through 7, the Hornets mustered up 2 hits. But those 2 back-to-back extra base hits for Lynchburg have them with some breathing room. A good hack right there by the substitute in the ballgame for Lynchburg. It's number 19, Riley O'Donovan. O'Donovan hit 4th in Lynchburg's first 3 games. Was not in the lineup to start the day here, but in a big spot with 2 outs and a runner on third base. One of the offensive leaders for Lynchburg last season, Riley O'Donovan, takes a look at that one there and watches it in the dirt. He's a junior from Reston, comes into the ball game this year hitting .222 in those first 3 games. Already 4 runs driven in, though, for O'Donovan. Ready to take on Cottrell with the 1-2 count and 2 outs. Swings and misses at that, and the inning comes to a close, but a productive one for Lynchburg. 2 extra base hits lead to 1 run. 1 left on for the Hornets as they try to close it out in the top of the 9th at Fox Field and get win number 3 on the season.
Lynchburg really stood out for me just because of the way it treated its students. They really do make an effort here. And I've learned that over my 4 years is that they actually do try to listen to what the student body wants, and they try to act on that. They don't really just give you a piece of paper here to go off and do your own thing. They actually prepare you to like work with different populations, which is what the world is all about. It's just working with people that are different than you. They genuinely care that everyone has the ability to go off into the world and make a difference with whatever they like. For me, that's just being basically in a room with someone helping them achieve their first goal of, I don't know, doing a pull-up. I actually do believe they want you to do the best you can to change someone's life for the better. You can be anyone here, which I think is really cool. But regardless of who you are here, they will make sure you don't fall through the cracks, which is awesome. I have realized that I've never felt lost here. I will not regret ever coming here, that's for sure. So I'm very glad that I came here. Yeah, it's actually pretty awesome.
We return to the top of the ninth at Fox Field. The Hornets looking to close it out with a 2-run lead. And with Lynchburg having a lead in a closing situation, a save situation, why not bring in the save leader, Mr. Grayson Thurman? We're trying to figure out if he's got his microphone. It's on. Oh, I can tell. I can hear it. Yeah, you are on, bro. And we are loving having you in. This is when normally Lynchburg would be going to you right now, but fans, Grayson Thurman has graduated. He's finally gone after an incredible career, but we wanted to bring him back and chat. G Therm, Turbo, the Therminator. Any other nicknames that we need to know about?
They say the lemur. That's the other one.
Where does it explain that one?
The D3 podcast.
Okay.
When they were looking me up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so the D3 podcast, when they were looking in my information and everything, one of the first podcasts, they started talking about me, and they looked through my information. They say, his dream vacation is Madagascar. They said, oh, I guess we got to keep a lemur watch out for this guy. And so from then on, a couple of the guys thought that was a good joke.
Yeah, I remember that now, the lemur watch, exactly. One down here for Lynchburg. They've got 2 more outs to close out this 2-run game. Grayson, let's just talk about your career. I mean, it's interesting. We won't get into our history too much, but you didn't pitch a lot in high school. I think maybe 20 innings or less in your high school career.
Yeah.
Talk about how crazy it is to come in here, and you started as a two-way guy, but moved to the bullpen pretty quick, and then success followed shortly after. Just talk about that experience. I know it was a lot of hard work in there, too.
I mean, I think the craziest part is just how perfect it all worked out. Going into a program that's looking to rebuild literally every single aspect to it. Me coming in uncertain of what I even wanted to do. I just wanted to play baseball. So I guess it was the biggest thing was coming in and just being open to, I would do whatever it takes to help the team in any way. And then, seeing that I probably did not have a role, especially freshman year. We had so many seniors and juniors catchers that I don't think it was realistic for them, and then also not really being a guy they look to swing the bat. So they bring me to pitching and gave me the opportunity, and that's when you just trust them and run with it.
Well, you did get a couple college at bats, but we'll save that maybe for game 2 or the next time you come on.
Or never.
We'll see. We'll see. But talk about this coaching staff. I mean, Lucas Jones, the head coach, Travis Beasley. Just give us some insight into what makes them so good and how enjoyable it was to work with them and play for them.
I mean, just coming in, not even knowing what college ball is like, and having Coach Jones. It was like he embedded it into you. It's like, we're here for championships. I don't care what we're like right now. I don't care, what people have an image of us, but we're going to be here to work, and we're going to get to the point where we are going to be a championship contender. And, just being a part of the progress from my freshman year to this past year, it's just been awesome to be a part of and be able to see, the growth and everything. And then with Travis Beasley, it's him and Solbach both. It's unreal working with me being one of their products in a way of a guy that, just listens to whatever they say and just follow them. And it showed. I put in the work, but it's also a lot of stuff that you have to be thankful for them that they were able to help me with.
Well, in the midst of that conversation, the University of Lynchburg gets win number 3 on the season. A strikeout from Batchmore there with that breaking ball. The save. He's got a long way to go to catch up to you, but hey, why not get one in the books there. I got more for you here. We'll take a break in between games 1 and 2 here, fans. That is just game 1 of the day. These two ball clubs will relax for a bit, but let's just continue the conversation with another All-American, Grayson Thurman. I want to talk about some of the guys on the team this season here in just a moment, because you know this ball club so well, so many guys coming back. Before that, though, tell us what you've been up to. I mean, an incredible summer. How thrilling was it to win a championship this summer, and you struck out the last 9 batters of the game? I mean, how do you keep your heart rate down? Last 10?
It was the last 10 batters.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm
just
human.
a little correction there.
How does tell the fans about that, playing for the team in West Virginia? Because I think a lot of folks, there's so many summer leagues now and different things. Talk about that experience. I mean, you played for 2 different teams this summer. You were an all-star twice, right?
Yes, sir. It's a really cool feeling. You know, when I come in originally to the Northwoods League, you know, we're getting 1 day off a month just about. So it's a lot of things that you're missing out on, and you're there to play baseball. And you know, when I come from, you know, a season where, you know, we went to regionals, but I was hungry for a national championship. You know, I wanted that for Lynchburg on my last year, and you know, not being satisfied and then going into the Northwoods League, you know, I had the same chip on my shoulder where, you know, I was out for something. I wanted to prove myself more, and, you know, being on my own and knowing that I was done at Lynchburg, I said, all right, well, now it's my turn to kind of start my role that way.
Impressive stuff here as the coaching staff is getting everything squared away from win number 1 of the day, but 3 of the season for Lynchburg. Potts gets the W, Batchmore the save. Talk about this pitching staff. You spent a lot of time working with those guys. I know you have high hopes for this staff this season, the hitters as well, but you're a pitcher, so I'm asking you the question from that perspective.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see the guys grow coming in, and, you know, I had a big role in the season. I think I had, what was it, around 60-something innings, I think, so I took a big chunk of those last year, and then, you know, seeing them this year, it's going to be awesome to see the guys that have work their butt off and do all these things to take on the roles. You know, we needed a lot of guys that were going to be able to fill in the middle of the inning or middle of the games, and then also in the back end. And it's just, I mean, you see Batchmore, we weren't sure if he was going to be a starter, stay in the end, but then you have a few guys that are able to pick it up and create that starter role for themselves, so we're able to have a lockdown on the beginning of the game and also in the back end with him, Travis Shoemate, and anybody else that they bring in.
Grayson Thurman, before we let you go, you're a local guy. You were at your old high school throwing today because the career continues. Tell us what's next for one of the all-time best at the University of Lynchburg. You are not done playing yet.
No, so I'll be going in May. I think May 1st will be my report date. I'll be in Nebraska playing for the Lincoln Salt Dogs in the American Association, which is independent baseball.
That's a good league, too. That's the league that Scherzer played a few games.
Yes, sir. So if you're looking at ranking stuff, they say the Atlantic is probably number 1, and then second is the American Association. So really good league. I'm looking for some good competition, and, you know, just to go out there and prove myself with playing good ball and putting up some numbers.
Good stuff there from Grayson Thurman, fans. We'll try to get him back at some point. He'll be hanging around some this season. We'll step aside and take a breather here on LHSN. It's a victory in Game 1 for Lynchburg. They beat Eastern 4-2. Potts gets the win, Batchmore the save, and we've got 9 more innings of baseball to come here from Fox Field. So sit tight. We'll be back in just a little bit on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. We return to Fox Field, the campus of the University of Lynchburg. It's game number 2 between the Hornets of Lynchburg and the Eastern University Eagles. Kyle Haney hanging out with you on a Sunday afternoon. This game was originally scheduled for yesterday, but the weather much better today. It's turned into a fabulous February afternoon here in Central Virginia, and we're ready for more great action in game 2. It was a 4-2 Lynchburg win in game number 1. Hornets scored once each in innings 1, 2, and 3. They tacked on the insurance run in the bottom of the 8th, and Jack Batchmore closes it out. Zach Potts with the win, 6 innings strong. Got an inning's worth of work from Logan Tapman in there, and the Hornets moved to 3-1 on the season. It was Eastern's first ball game of the year. They fall to 0-1, but some really good things to like from the Eagles. And we've got Nick Matfield on the mound now for Lynchburg. He was the Conference Rookie of the Year last season, a first-team All-ODAC performer. Just an outstanding campaign, 9-1, 14 starts. He had a 3.18 earned run average in over 70 innings. He was a third-team All-American, and he takes the mound with an 0-1 record this season. Got roughed up a little bit in less than 1 inning's worth of work in Lynchburg's second game of the year. That was on the road at Piedmont, and it was an outing where Matfield couldn't make it out of the first. He gave up 3 hits, 2 walks, and all 5 earned in his first start of this season. But Matfield is dependable for sure. He is very crafty. He'll come at you from different arm angles. He's a lot of fun to watch pitch. He's almost one of those guys where you feel like he never throws the same pitch twice. So Matfield on the bump here for the Hornets. Lineup is slightly different for Lynchburg, a change at shortstop. We'll get to that here in just a moment as we watch Matfield deliver the first one of the ball game, and that's fouled off Wake Fieldhouse. It's Matt McHale, the starting center fielder for Eastern, in the box again. McHale was 1 for 3 in game number 1, also had a walk in there and some pretty fine defensive work in center field for the visitors. So Matfield, everything from the stretch, at least at the moment anyway. The breaking ball slider action misses outside, and it's a 1-1 count. The Hornets have got freshman Mason McDowell at shortstop. It'll be his first collegiate action, so congratulations to McDowell. And we'll see what he can do for Lynchburg. Rest of the lineup similar, although another big change is at the catcher spot. Riley O'Donovan back there as the battery mate for Matfield. Holden Fiedler was the catcher for Lynchburg in game number 1. Threw a couple runners out at second base. And Fiedler also with some good swings. He was 0 for 3, or excuse me, he was 1 for 3. I beg your pardon, fans. So a good afternoon for Fiedler, and the afternoon may not be done, but Riley O'Donovan, the catcher at the moment for Lynchburg. 2-2 as Matfield looks in, gets set to fire. It's another spinner that dives away and is a ball. Full count here to begin game number 2. It's game number 5 of the season for Lynchburg. They are off until next Saturday when they host York in a doubleheader, and then York sticks around Sunday for one more game. A 3-game set, and there is ball 4. So it's a walk to start things off. McHale is aboard, and Mark Cruiser back up for Eastern. He is the catcher. 1 for 3 in game number 1. And with Eastern, the only game they have on the stat sheet is the previous game today. So all the stats are kind of being referenced to that game, and then also some from last season as well. Speaking of last season for Eastern, it was 14-25, but they've got a lot coming back. There's reason to be hopeful that they can get over the 500 mark and perhaps more. Cruiser puts a charge into one, but Neves is there, turned and ran for a moment and then backpedaled into it, and it ends up being a fairly easy catch for the All-American in left field. 1 away, 1 on in inning number 1. Sean Cottrell, number 37. Started as the DH in game number 1, came in and threw for Eastern, and some pretty good stuff on the bump, and now he's at first base. So Cottrell, one of those guys that can move around a bit. Maybe not a true utility man, but it's nice to have the options for a guy like that who obviously is the three-hole hitter. You want him in the lineup, so when he's not pitching, either a first base or a DH spot is the way to go. Matfield throws over once. Long hold here with the chest-high set, and he'll toss over again. Lynchburg 3-1 now. The lone loss to Piedmont. That was the game Matfield started a week ago yesterday. He had an outstanding season last year as a sophomore. Didn't pitch much as a freshman. Coach Travis Beasley mentioned he just wasn't ready. Laser shot there by O'Donovan, and it was dug out at second base. The initial call looked to be out, and then the umpire indicating the ball was a little bit free. So it is safe. It is a stolen base for Matt McHale. O'Donovan has a big arm. He's a big guy, and he's got a big arm to go with it. And you saw it right there, turning it loose. I mean, that ball seemed to be whizzing right by Matfield's ear hole on the mound. He couldn't get out of the way fast enough. Runner at second now for Eastern. Nice delivery there from Matfield. Back to his sophomore campaign, 9-1, rookie of the year in the conference, 72 innings plus for a sophomore. Just incredible durability, dependability, all the things you want from a starting pitcher. And Coach Beasley was talking about, we knew he had it in him, just wasn't ready yet as a freshman. Didn't get much time on the mound, but he was ready his sophomore season. Put in some hard work, and just love the fact that he can give you those different arm angles, different pitches, always keeps you off balance. He's added some velocity too. Almost got Cottrell to go. Home plate umpire will get a second opinion, but that one seemed pretty obvious, at least from our vantage point. 2-2 the count now with one out, no score. Leadoff man Matt McHale is on for the Eastern Eagles from outside of Philly, PA. I'm assuming they enjoyed the nice run that the Philadelphia Eagles NFL team had, falling just a step short in the Super Bowl. But, just incredible stuff all year long from Jalen Hurts and the crew there as Cottrell fouls one back. We're having fun up here in the press box. It's been a fun day. Did I run down our crew yet? I need to. Let's let Cottrell see what he can do with this two-strike count. Eastern is it's about a 5-hour and 45-minute trip, and they'll continue southward and go to Myrtle Beach. Got games every week, or every day of the week, every day of the week in Myrtle here coming up. Beginning tomorrow, they take on Manchester as Cottrell swings through the fastball. Griffin Falco, the catcher for Eastern, coming up next. But St. David's, Pennsylvania is the official location for Eastern. We'll say hello to any Eastern University Eagle fans that we have watching. Hope you're enjoying things. It's a nice day here in Central Virginia, and it'll probably be nice down in Myrtle Beach, I would assume. Not that the boys will get a ton of beach time, but you never know. Might be able to slide out there for some sun and sand in South Carolina. Falco kind of tried to offer it the first and pulled it back, and it ends up being a called strike. Matfield, just one of those guys, it comes in, first one goes away from you, second one comes into the body, and then the third one stays straight. Then he starts changing speeds and arm angles. He is a really tricky proposition as a hitter, especially the first time you're seeing him. You get a longer look at that guy, you get 3 or 4 at bats, then you have a game plan, you have a chance, or if you can see him multiple games in a season, all of a sudden batting average will go up. But first look, it's not easy facing Nick Matfield. Got another one there, and the inning is over with a strikeout. So you're seeing it, why he's so good. Nice inning there for Matfield. He did not make it out of the first inning last weekend, so that's got to be big for his confidence. Dugout comes out to greet him, and we go to the bottom of the first at Fox Field. 0-0 score between Eastern and Lynchburg.
Look what you're missing.
It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Lynchburg Hornets come to the plate in the bottom of the first. It's game number 2 of the day. Hornets already with 1 win under their belt, and they're looking for win number 4 on the season now, taking on the Eastern Eagles. This is Cameron Lane, designated hitter at the dish for the home team. He was 0 for 3 in game number 1 with 2 strikeouts, but still back at the top of the order here for Coach Lucas Jones' squad. Sharp ground ball to second, pretty easy play for Eastern. And we've got 1 away in the first. Lane is down 4-3. Hornets softball in action right now, just a few hundred feet from us, and the Lynchburg track and field teams are in day 2 of the ODAC championships. Men's team was in first after day 1. Women's team was in second, so definitely some hardware in play, a chance to ring the bell possibly for the Lynchburg men's and women's track and field teams. Saw a few updates on Twitter, which fans, if you're not on Twitter and you're a Lynchburg fan, you might make an account just to follow the social media stuff there, as it's Jackson Harding at the plate. Couple hits in game number 1 for Harding. I mean, he was a catalyst. The first inning double that drove the left fielder sprinting backwards, and then another base hit for Harding, and a big reason why the Hornets were able to get that win. Yes, fans, Lynchburg Hornets women's track team now in first place with a 12-point lead over Washington and Lee. That was as of 23 minutes ago. We'll see if we can get an update or two on the men's side. Men were in first place after day 1, but still a lot of activity from day 2 of the ODAC championships for indoor track and field. There's so much going on, as Harding is going to get his 3rd base knock of the day. This time he goes right up the middle. I mean, talking about using the whole field here. Harding hit the double over the left fielder's head. He hit sort of a line drive to Hopper through the infield on the right side. And then this one, he goes right up the middle. Just a complete day hitting-wise, and the day is obviously not done for Jackson Harding or the Lynchburg Hornets. The All-American Avery Neves steps to the dish. He had 1 hit in the first game. He had 1 walk. That's 9 free passes on the season for Avery Neves. Believe he's already the career leader in walks for Lynchburg. I know he set a single-season record last season, but I'm going to double-check that here when we get a minute. I think he's already the career leader with the bulk of his senior season to play. Neves looks at strike 1. Lefty on the bump for Eastern is Gavin Mikulski. Mikulski misses outside with that one. The count is even at 1-1. 1 gone here in the bottom of the first inning. Still no score. Nice move there from Mikulski. That's always one. Those lefties generally have a pretty good move to first on the pick. And it's one as a base runner and as a first base coach. First base coach becomes very important there. Nice to get a look and get a read on what that move is like. Neves took a pretty good cut at that one, but fouls it back, and now the count runs 1-2. That first base coach, for a lot of players, is unnecessary. They're going to make the decision whether they're going to go to second on a double, those sorts of things. But with a left-hander up, that first base coach does gain some importance over there and really can be of great value. Just learning what the move looks like. Maybe there's a tell. Maybe he does X, Y, or Z with the glove or the head, the legs. Those great first base coaches, they earn their wages with things like that. Gavin Mikulski is a sophomore from Lansdale, Pennsylvania. Deals into Avery Neves, and that misses. 10 appearances for Eastern last season. He led the team in innings pitched with 52, second on the ball club in strikeouts. So Mikulski, maybe the number 2 starter for Eastern. They used 2 pitchers in game number 1. And with the busy schedule in Myrtle Beach this week for Eastern, got to be really careful managing that pitching staff. It is obviously important for any ball club early in the year. You want to make sure you got enough arms. You want guys to be ready. You know they're not going to be able to necessarily give you 100, 110, 120 pitches. So you may have to go deep in the bullpen occasionally when you're playing back-to-back-to-back games like Eastern is beginning today and then going next week. So you saw Neves take the walk there, walk number 10 on the season. He's at first. Harding moves along the line to second. And it's Logan Webster, right-handed hitter, stepping in for Lynchburg, just a sophomore. One of the few in the lineup that doesn't have a big body of work here for the Lynchburg offense. Webster takes the first breaking ball. Eastern infielders trying to keep Harding relatively close at second. First baseman playing behind Neves at first. That pitch is in there for a strike. Logan Webster is a 6'3" sophomore from Chesapeake, Virginia, Grassfield High School. He's hitting .385 on the season. Jumped into the starting role last year and hit .276 in 39 games played. Not bad at all for a freshman. Mentioned the first baseman was playing behind, tried to sneak in there, maybe catch Avery Neves taking a nap and get a pickoff, but not to be. Tough to do against the senior Neves, who the baseball IQ is second to none. Absolutely top tier. In addition to having all those skills that Neves has, he's got the high IQ as well out there on the diamond. Now it's just kind of another token throw to second base for Mikulski. Almost looked disinterested, but tossed it to the second base anyway. And he's back on the rubber and ready to go here with one away in the bottom of inning number 1. That one misses outside. Webster didn't appear to be fooled. Nice rhythm, nice balance, timing in the box. All those things that you want, and he's in the 4 hole for a reason for Coach Lucas Jones. Webster takes that one for a ride back off the screen. He had 2 hits in game 1 as well for Lynchburg. Single and a double for Webster. Riley O'Donovan had been the cleanup hitter in the first 3 ball games for Lynchburg, but now the change, Logan Webster in there for the last 2. The sophomore right-handed hitters ready for this 2-2 delivery. Takes the breaking ball in the dirt. The count is full. Possible opportunity to get the base runners moving here. It's 1 out, but it is a full count. You expect some action. You expect Webster to be able to put the bat on the ball or lay off ball 4. Runner's not going, but Webster definitely puts the bat on it. It's a line drive tailing away, but caught in the gap by McHale. Another nice play from the center fielder from Easton. He ran down a couple in the first game to look really nice. Eastern throws to second to check to see if Jackson Harding left early. Harding did not leave early. He tagged up, read the catch nicely there as it was hitting the glove of McHale. So it's just good baseball all the way around, really. It was a good pitch from Mikulski. Webster hit it on the nose to center. Center fielder McHale makes a great play. And then the tag from Jackson Harding, reading it perfectly to not leave early and get to third base. Here's a drive to the second baseman by Riley O'Donovan. Hit it hard, but it's fielded cleanly at second base by Barks. And that's how the inning will end. 1 hit, 2 left on for Lynchburg. They do not score, and we head to the top of the second with a 0-0 ball game here at Fox Field.
I would definitely say to reach out. Me personally, I know several of my classmates would be more than happy to talk, to get a text, get a phone call, get an email, whatever it may be, and just answer any questions that you have. The faculty here, they're great, but of course coming in, sometimes it's better to hear it from a student than from a future professor. So reach out. Nobody is afraid or unwilling to help. I would have loved to have someone to reach out to, and now that we're here, we are those people that they can reach out to. So feel free, ask questions. We're here to help you go through what we've just been through.
The junior Nick Matfield is out for inning number 2 for Lynchburg. 0-0 ball game. Hornets hit a couple balls hard for outs 2 and 3 there in the bottom of the first. Some fine defensive work by Eastern, and the Hornets end up leaving 2 stranded. 6 left on base in game 1 for Lynchburg. Not really a number that's any cause for concern from the coaching staff. You're not too worried about that at the moment, but hitting with runners on and specifically runners in scoring position, such a big part of what successful teams do. They get runners on, they get runners in. Lynchburg definitely did that last season. They were only shut out once, and they scored multiple runs in all but 2 games, including that one shutout. Capper swinging bunt, and Matfield jumps off the mound and fires a strike to first base to get the runner there. Nice work defensively to get Hunsberger. He was hustling down the line, but Matfield pops off, fielding the position, comes up, and throws a strike right through the mid of Jorman at first base. 1 away here in the top of the second. Everything from the stretch. That one came awfully close to hitting Connor Schilling. And, of course, in college baseball, and, well, maybe all levels of baseball, you hear the cry from the dugout, wear it. That's the term, is wear it, let it hit you. Here's a shot by the second baseman. So Schilling didn't need to take the hit by pitch. He's just fine getting the single through there, and it is the first hit of the ball game for Eastern. Bringing up Camden Angel.
Number 22, Camden Angel.
5th-year man, right fielder for Eastern, and he is a new man in the lineup. The first 6 hitters, I believe their fans were the same for Eastern. I'm just double-checking the box score here. But Angel in here for game number 2, and he takes a called strike on the first pitch. 1 away here after Matfield popped off with a nice defensive play. The single from Schilling. There's that big bender from Matfield. Got the legs buckled slightly from Angel there, but he takes it for ball number 1. 1-1 count. Lynchburg infielders double play depth, although the shortstop, the freshman for Lynchburg, Mason McDowell, he's a little deeper than you might typically see for a double play setup. McDowell is the 3rd player to play shortstop this season for Lynchburg. As the ball gets airborne from Angel, Neves is there, no problem. He'll catch and get it to the cut man for out number 2. Garcia started the first 3 games of the season at short for Lynchburg. Last game, it was Ryan Long that was out there in the number 6 spot, according to the box score, and now it's Mason McDowell. Matfield fires over, another check on the runner, Schilling there. 8-hole hitter is number 8 for Eastern, Logan Klimber. That was a better move from Matfield, as he nearly got Schilling leaning. Logan Klimber, a junior 3rd baseman, wearing the long white sleeves, ready for the delivery, and he takes that outside. Matfield with a couple tosses over there to first base. Different schools of thought there. Some people say keep that runner busy, throw over a lot. Other coaches will tell you don't go over unless you want to try to pick him off. Don't show him anything but your best move. You don't want him to gain more information and see multiple moves. We discussed that with the lefty on the mound for Eastern, Gavin Mikulski. So again, just different schools of thought there. And I'm sure each individual pitcher has an idea of what they like. You hope they have an idea and a game plan anyway. Something that has been thought out a bit at this point in their careers when they get to the college game. Foul ball off the brick. Head coach Lucas Jones will pounce out of the dugout and scoop it up. The brick looks nice. You got to love the fields that have the brick backstop, but you do end up losing maybe a baseball or two more per game because they get scuffed up. There's the padding on the direct part behind the backstop, behind the catcher, and then on some of those wings going up the first and third base lines, but not all the way around. But the brick is a great look. Got that old school kind of a vibe. There's a ball that's going to get through the right side for number 8, Klember. And all of a sudden, Eastern might have something brewing here with 2 away in the second. 2 singles.
Batting, second baseman, number 12, Evan.
And it's runners on first and second with 2 away for the junior hitting 9th, Evan Barks. Evan Barks, another guy that did not play in the first game. So not much intel there for Lynchburg coaches and players. We talked briefly in game 1 about your scouting report here early in the season. Definitely not going to be as in-depth as you would for your conference opponents. You're seeing them year to year for 1, and then for 2, those conference games just mean a little bit more, let's face it. Not that the non-conference games don't matter. You want to build up that resume so you can maybe get an at-large bid if you don't win your tournament, kind of like Lynchburg has done in the past. So the scouting report is definitely in play here in this early season, early February matchup as Barks turns on one, but it's foul. But not quite to the detail. Cool thing is, with everything being on the internet right now, you can watch games, and we've probably got some other collegiate coaches watching this game right now. Although a lot of people are in action. Could run down what all the other ODAC teams are doing here if we get a moment. But the game is interesting enough with 2 on board, 2 down in the bottom of the second. Barks got under that one. Looks like there's going to be a play here. Ball will stay in, drifting back towards the line. Collins handles it with relative ease, and the inning is done. 0-0 ball game as Lynchburg comes to bat in the bottom of the second. Coming up next on LHSN. It's a fun Sunday of baseball here at Fox Field. Ernie Banks said, let's play 2, and we've had 2 good ones here today. The team, the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network team, is incredible. Our producer and jack of all trades, Sam Rice, hanging out. The executive producer, Tim LaDuca, is probably the hardest working man in show business at this point, although there's some inside information there. But his roles just continue to increase here at Lynchburg as Gavin Collins' hit total increases. Knifing one down the line. Collins has got 2, no problem, and he'll hold there to begin inning number 2. Try to mention any mention of the team here at LHSN with Collins at the dish, maybe not a great idea as he goes after that pitch and just hammers it into the corner. We've got Laura, we've got Adam, we've got Caroline. This has just been an incredibly fun day, I think. And again, Tim is the guy that makes it all happen. He's like the puppet master, although that kind of has a negative connotation, I think. He's more of he puts people together. It's people helping people. Tim LaDuca's specialty. And it's been a really good day. Could become even better for Lynchburg with a runner on second and nobody down. It's been a busy day, too, because we've got softball going on campus, as mentioned. The Hornets men's and women's track teams, track and field, are both in action. It is so busy in the spring. I'm going to get to that at some point, but we need the game to be not as close and as exciting. It's a 0-0 ball game. As Mikulski, the lefty, he probably falls into that crafty lefty category. I know that's a cliche, but it is true. Seems to move the ball around, kind of can keep hitters off balance, changes pace a bit. One thing that coaches are talking about more now pitching-wise is changing your hold time, not just to keep the runners off balance, but to keep the hitter off balance as well. Sometimes you'll see a pitcher come set and it's an immediate delivery to the dish. Other times it's that long hold. Make the hitter a little impatient. Jorman not that impatient there as he swings at that one. Hit into left. It's not going to be enough to move Collins along the line to third base, though, so just an F7 in the books. And there's one away with freshman Mason McDowell. About to step to the dish for his first at-bats in the career. Mason McDowell from Fishersville, Virginia, Wilson Memorial High School, just outside Stanton, if you're familiar. He has played in one game this season, but no at-bats yet. So I might have misspoke when I said that he was out there at shortstop for his first action. Does have one game, but no at-bats until right now, and he takes a look at ball number one. McDowell doesn't take a look at number two. He drives it into left field. Down the line for a base hit. Left fielder fumbled it. McDowell might have been getting to second base anyway, but that assured it, and now it's a double in the books for the freshman. Congrats on a successful at-bat. McDowell, 1,000 on the season. And the slugging percentage ain't bad either with the double right out of the gate there for Mason McDowell, starting at shortstop in game number 2. Oh, it's an RBI double to boot. Collins comes around to score. No problem. Atkins shows the bunt, pulls it back. This spot in the 9-hole has been locked in for Carson Atkins. He's started every game for Lynchburg this season and batted 9th in all of them. And that's not a slap in the face like it is in Little League. That 9-hole spot is very important to set the table for the good hitters that come back around, batting first, second, and third. That's one that the new school, the sabermetrics, the analytics people have really valued, having somebody great in that 9 spot. And folks have always said the 9-hole is like a second leadoff guy. And Atkins definitely fits the bill. Runner on second, 2-1 count with 1 away. Mikulski deals, and that one hits at the knees. And Atkins will have to hit with 2 strikes now. We were talking a little bit about the Lynchburg offense, how potent it was last season. Only shut out in 1 game. It's a non-conference game against Avert, which, interesting note, Avert is now in the ODAC conference, so it'll be a conference game now. But it was a non-conference affair last season. Avert Cougars shut out Lynchburg on the road in Danville. Multiple runs in 46 games last year for Lynchburg. They scored 1 run in a game against Roanoke. Full count here for Atkins. Turns on that, sends it into left field. That left fielder has been very busy for Eastern, and he can't come up with that one. Give Atkins a double. McDowell, turn and burn time coming around third, but Coach Jones held him up there, and it becomes runners on second and third now with 1 away. 3 doubles in the inning for Lynchburg. They've all gone to left field, and the only out in the inning has been Josh Jorman, who flied out to left field. So it's a steady diet of work and activity out there for the left fielder from Easton, who's Connor Schilling. He had a bead on that one. It was not going to be an easy play, but it's one that perhaps Schilling wishes he could have got to, made maybe a little slightly better jump on. Ball carried well there for Atkins. I thought it stayed in the air a little longer than it was going to at first glance. Cameron Lane takes the first one outside. Corners are in for Eastern. middle is sort of at a double play depth concept there with runners on second and third. Not a true double play situation. Those guys in the middle are pulled in just slightly. Lane, he gets the barrel on one. He's going to send McHale back deep for another one. He can't get to that one. This is going to score one. Atkins will come around. No play at the plate. It's a 2 RBI double for Cameron Lane. That's now 4 doubles in the inning for Lynchburg. The power is there for this experienced ball club. A double that short hops the fence for the DH, Cameron Lane. It's a continuation of the power game for Lynchburg last year. They only had 4 games last season without an extra base hit. So it's 44 games last season. Lynchburg had at least 1 extra base hit, double, triple, or a homer. They had multiple extra base hits in 36 games. And Lynchburg, as a team, the slugging percentage, .445. Just incredible. And there were some triples and homers in there as well, but doubles, a big part of that power game, a big part of the slugging percentage for Lynchburg. Getting the ball elevated, getting it into the gaps, in some cases down the lines, like Gavin Collins had the double down the line there. Mason McDowell's double pulled the left fielder towards the line but was fairly deep. Atkins hit a double over the left fielder's head, and the most recent one, Cameron Lane, taking the center fielder, McHale, back to the track for a double. So Gavin Mikulski trying to keep the baseball down. That will generally keep the hitters from hitting it deep and getting it elevated. But it's been a very successful inning for Lynchburg. And there's only one away with some great hitters due up. Jackson Harding is already 1 for 1 in this ball game. He's already got a double himself on the day. He led off game number 1 with a backside double. So let's see what Harding can do. Let's see if Mikulski can stabilize a bit here for Eastern. They now trail 3-0. All 3 runs scored in the bottom of the second, just 1 away. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Jackson Harding takes it there. Hitting is so contagious, too. So it maybe shouldn't be a huge surprise that all the doubles are happening in bunches here for Lynchburg. Whether it's conscious or subconscious, it seems like when one happens, a bunch of them start to happen. Everybody gets the confidence. You get into it. You get the ball elevated a little bit. You work those gaps in those corners. It is a called strike on Jackson Harding. I think the umpire indicated he got him on the swing there. Either way, it's 0-2 now with 1 away. Harding will put that in play. Could be a close one at first base. Out there. Does get a runner over to third. That brings up Avery Neves with 2 away here in the bottom of the second. Lynchburg leading 3-0. Call that 3 unassisted for Eastern. Good play by the first baseman, Cottrell, who DH'd and pitched in the first game. Moving well to get over there, and probably a good decision just to take that one himself. No need to flip it to Mikulski, who was on the way over to help in the coverage. But unassisted for the first baseman. Here's the All-American Avery Neves. Watches that first one go up and away for ball number 1. If anybody could add to the extra base total, it's Avery Neves. He's hit a boatload of them in his career. He's got 1 homer on the season so far this year. Singled in game number 1. Oh, great read at third base to break on the passed ball, and the ball is free, and the runner is safe. Excellent stuff there from Cameron Lane. It's another one. He reads the ball going down out of the pitcher's hand and gets a little extended. And then once he sees it kick away out of the dirt area, he's able to take off for home and get there. It's a bang-bang play. He basically beats the pitcher in, and the pitcher, Mikulski, can't field it successfully. Cruiser, I really like the little half flip there from the side, almost the same way a middle infielder would flip on a double play turn. I liked what Cruiser did there, and he really put it in a good spot for Mikulski. But he just couldn't get it in time. Neves swings through that one with a 2-0 count. 2-1 coming up now with the bases clear for the senior from Lynchburg. Oh, it's a 4-0 lead now. I may have said 3. But it's a 4-0 lead now as Collins doubled and scored. McDowell doubled and scored. Atkins doubled and scored. And now Cameron Lane hit his double, got over on the fielder's choice, and then scores on the pass ball. Neves will take another walk. That is number 11 on the season and number 2 of the game. No, I think it's 12 on the season now, actually, for Neves. 12 walks in 5 games for number 30, Avery Neves. And he's a potent base runner as well. Talking about so many ways Neves can impact a game. He has 42 stolen bases in his career. Incredible. How about that combination for Avery Neves? He has 27 homers in his career and 42 stolen bases. And he's on first base right now. Logan Webster hitting with an 0-1 count. Oh, Neves took off on the throw, going to try to beat the play at second, and he is there, and he is safe, and it'll go in the books as a stolen base. Not really the conventional way, but it works. He went on first movement there as the lefty Mikulski picked up the lead leg. Avery Neves takes off. First baseman Cottrell tries to get rid of it in time to the shortstop, but Neves beat it there. And now he's in scoring position for Logan Webster. Flew out to the center fielder with good contact in his first at bat. Another occasion here where Lynchburg has turned the lineup over pretty successfully as this ball gets to the backstop. Neves will cruise into third. Your 4-hole hitter, Logan Webster, is getting his second at bat of the game in the second inning. A recipe for success for the Lynchburg Hornets. They lead 4-0. One ball game number 1, 4-2, so they've already equaled that run total. Highest scoring game so far for Lynchburg this season, I believe. Hold that thought there. What a backhand stop. The throw across, it's going to be close. Cottrell can't come up with it. Webster is safe in there at first. And the RBI for Webster as Neves comes in to score run number 5 for Lynchburg on the season. It was a valiant effort by the third baseman, Logan Klimber. He did well just to snare it with the leather there on the backhand play. The throw across was deep. It was on one hop and not caught cleanly at first. Webster will take off and run. This ball hops into second, and Webster's got a stolen base. So now Lynchburg into scoring position with the steal a couple times in this second inning. They got 4 doubles, and now they've turned a walk and a single into doubles, basically, with the stolen base. This is Riley O'Donovan up for his second at bat. He hit the ball hard in inning number 1. Actually ended the inning with a line drive to the second baseman. 5-0 lead now for Lynchburg. On top and in charge with a 3-1 record and looking for win number 4 on the season. Lynchburg scored 10 in game number 3 against Laverne, fans. So that's the highest scoring game thus far for the Hornets. They had a 5-run inning in the 7th inning against Laverne. See if they can top that. They've already equaled it. Logan Webster homered in that game against Laverne. This is Riley O'Donovan at the dish here with 2 outs and a 1-2 count. O'Donovan's going to put a charge into that. It'll fall in front of the left fielder. The runner will come home. No play at the plate as Logan Webster will score. Relay man looked like he wanted to cut it off, but maybe some miscommunication there. Webster is in to score after the single and the stolen base. And it's the first hit of the ball game for Riley O'Donovan. It's another one that goes to left field. Gavin Collins is back up for his second at bat of the inning. And this is going to be all, I think, for Gavin Mikulski. Rough one there for Mikulski. His day is done before he can complete 2 innings. And we'll see a new arm coming up for Eastern here in just a moment. Into the ball game for the Eastern Eagles is a 6-foot sophomore from Texas. It's Josiah Trevino. He takes over from Mikulski, whose day ends early. Gave up 5 runs here in this second inning. You could sense it a little bit because the Hornets hit a couple balls hard in inning number 1, just didn't score. It was 4 doubles. It is 4 doubles in this second inning. That continues here. Eastern not out of it just yet. A couple stolen bases in there for the Hornets. They've really showcased all the things that have made their offense so great last season. They're doing it right here. And they're in command with the 5-0 lead, and the inning is not over yet. The most recent base hit was from Riley O'Donovan. That is his 3rd hit of the season, his 43rd of his career. And the junior from Reston will be looking for more, but now it's number 15, Gavin Collins, another junior who led off this inning with a double. Hammered one down in the left field gap that started the offensive party for the Hornets. Looks to continue it right here. It was a BYOD party. Bring your own double for a while, because that's all that Lynchburg was doing. And then they diversified a bit as Neves took the walk, stole second. He came around on a hard Logan Webster infield single. Webster got to second with a steal, and he came around on the most recent Riley O'Donovan single. So a little bit of everything in this second inning for Lynchburg. Collins is looking at a 1-1 count. 2 away here in game number 2 of our double dip. We'll do this again Saturday as York, another team from Pennsylvania, will come to Lakeside Drive for some baseball, and they stick around for a 3rd game on Sunday. Trevino in there, a sophomore from Texas, San Antonio area. He's set and ready to work. That one misses down, and another ball that will get to the backstop. Catcher didn't see it for a bit. That's been another element of this inning. Eastern has had some balls get by the receiver there, Griffin Falco. It's a long day for him, too. He's caught both games. Yeah, that's another interesting philosophy with coaches in those doubleheaders. Some coaches like to split that, use one catcher in each, like Lynchburg has done today. O'Donovan behind the plate for game 2. It was Fiedler in game number 1. Other coaches say, hey, you just got to get out there and you just got to do it. It's early in the season. Legs should be pretty healthy right now for Falco. And you're used to catching a lot. So you would think non-factor there, but you never know. Collins has got a 2-2 count with 2 away in the bottom of the second. Deuce is wild for number 15. Here's the delivery, swings through that, and the inning is over. But a great one for Lynchburg. They put up a 5 spot, including 4 doubles in frame number 2. 6 runs. I think I've been saying 5, and I missed one in there. 6 runs for Lynchburg there in the second inning. They left 1 on base, and we'll take a much-needed breather here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Lynchburg leads 6-0 after 2 complete. I may have been saying 5 at a few points there, and some other corrections while we're at it. Cruiser is catching for Eastern. Griffin Falco did catch game number 1. So my whole tangent about coaches splitting up the doubleheader and using 2 catchers was valid. I just screwed up the fact that Eastern has done just that. It is a new man behind the dish for the Eagles. Riley O'Donovan is catching for Lynchburg. He did not play in game number 1. And we may be back on track now. It is a 6-0 lead for Lynchburg. They had 6 hits in the inning, including 4 doubles. 1 hit in the first frame. Couple stolen bases in there. The offense coming alive for the Hornets at the expense of Gavin Mikulski. He lasted an inning and 2/3, and Josiah Trevino came in to shut things down there in the second for Eastern. Thought he looked good. We'll see if he stays out for Eastern or not. There's a swing through for number 5, Matt McHale. He leads off the 3rd inning. He is the leadoff man. Walk to begin the game. We've been very impressed with McHale defensively, although he couldn't get to that one long double in inning number 2. He'll swing through there, and it's a strikeout for out number 1. The man that is catching for game number 2, number 27, Mark Cruiser. He is a junior for Eastern, and he is calling the signals here in game number 2, at the moment anyway, for Eastern. Nick Matfield on the bump for Lynchburg. He has surrendered 2 hits so far today and walked 1. He did walk that leadoff batter, Matt McHale, to begin the game. But overall, it's been pretty sharp stuff from Nick Matfield, which he wanted to have a good outing to bounce back from getting a little bit roughed up against Piedmont 8 days ago. Couldn't get out of the first inning, surrendered 5 earned runs. But I don't think anything is wrong with Nick Matfield, just a blip in the radar there last weekend against a Piedmont team that is pretty good, too. Misses low and in there, 1-2 the count with 1 away in the top of the 3rd. Ground ball to the shortstop. This is the freshman who will fire across the diamond. Plenty of arm strength there for Lynchburg's Mason McDowell. Good play to go in the hole, glove side, attack that bouncing ball, and fire it across for the 2nd out of the inning. So McDowell, pretty good debut as a freshman here in his first start. Double last inning in the first at bat. It was an RBI double. He came around to score. And pretty impressive there with the glove work. 2 away with Cottrell, the first baseman, up. Cottrell will take a look at that one. Number 37 DH'd and pitched in game 1. Liked what he brought Eastern on the mound. He did surrender that 1 run in the 8th. The insurance run that Lynchburg got to make it a 4-2 ball game in game 1. He's going to be key for Eastern going forward. You got to think all these pitchers are probably going to be needed on their Myrtle Beach swing. It's games Monday through Thursday. I think they play Friday as well. I'll double check that in a little bit here, fans. But it's an 0-2 count with 2 away for Nick Matfield, the junior for Lynchburg. Walked the first batter of the game, and he's given up a couple hits, but seems to be getting on cruise control now here. Anytime you can get a feel for things the second time through the lineup, the second time you face the meat of the order here, 1, 2, 3, that's important as a pitcher. If you're struggling by the time that lineup turns around again, it can be a pretty daunting proposition, but it feels like Matfield getting closer and closer to the A game. 0-2 count here, and that was pretty nasty. That might have been the A+ stuff right there as the bottom falls out of 1 to end the inning. 2 strikeouts in the inning, no hits, none left on, no runs for Eastern. It's a 6-0 Lynchburg lead heading to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Bottom of the third, about to get underway here from Fox Field in Lynchburg. Got a good look there at the women's lacrosse team during the timeout. They play Ohio Wesleyan on Saturday, March the 4th. That's coming up. They'll be back at home again on March 11th. It is a busy, busy spring. We've got beach volleyball. They're back at home on Saturday the 18th. Next home game for the men's lacrosse team is Saturday, March 4th. Mentioned the women's team. You've got equestrian going on. It looks like they're going to have another matchup on Saturday, March the 4th. That is a hit by pitch as we're talking about the schedule. It'll be
shortstop, number 13, Mason
a hit by pitch for Josh Jormond. Yeah, right there at the bottom of the foot. Just kind of turn that lead leg, that front right leg away from the contact, and looked like he took it right off the cleat. So the lead man is on for Lynchburg again, and it brings up Mason McDowell. One college at bat, one double for number 13, who is listed as a pitcher as well, so perhaps a future as a two-way guy here at Lynchburg. Really some great skills out there at shortstop. We've seen that already for McDowell. He's ready for the 0-1 offering from Trevino. Couple looks, head nods there. Ball in the dirt. Nice block that time from Cruiser. Slid over nicely. Center mass moving into the other batter's box to smother that one and keep Jorman at first. Jorman got hit 10 times last season. He's in that coalition of guys that had double-digit hit-by pitches last year. 107 hit-by pitch last season for the Lynchburg Ball Club as a team. 10 of those from Jormond. It was Cameron Lane that led the ball club in that category with 19. Soft floater that will get through. That's probably going to be an error on the shortstop. McDowell got jammed there. May have been one of those balls that the shortstop didn't get a great read on because it came off the inside of the bat. Might have thought it was going to get closer to him, but it will bleed through. And now it's runners on first and second for Lynchburg. They already lead 6-0, put up the six-bagger in inning number 2, and they're looking for even more now. Trevino comes set. Atkins shows the bunt and pulls it back. It is 2 hits in the ball game for Eastern. Lynchburg with 7. Atkins has a double as well. Oh, there's the back pick. First baseman was set up behind, crept in with a runner on second. A lot of times that runner at first is maybe a little bit more casual, maybe not as aware. First baseman creeps in on the timing play, and Eastern executes that successfully. Well done right there for the Eagles. That's probably a call, maybe a verbal call from the dugout, or perhaps a signal from the catcher to run that back pick with the first baseman creeping in. They tried to get Avery Neves with that earlier today, but this time McDowell is erased on the pickoff. Still a runner on second for Lynchburg with 1 out. Scoring opportunity here for the graduate student, Carson Atkins. Atkins swings at a low one and comes up empty. 2-1 the count now with 1 away. Good execution by Eastern. Again, back to that pick play. When you really need an out, when you're struggling to get outs because of whatever it's defensive issues, pitching issues, Lynchburg just being the explosive offense that they are, you're struggling to find an out. You're looking for a way to shorten the game, and you go to a pick move right there. Pretty impressive stuff. And I don't think McDowell was asleep over there by any means. It was just a well-executed play that you got to be ready for, and ready as the first baseman tries to creep in behind. Trevino will toss to second. Eastern's thrown to second quite a few times with that runner there. Just again, maybe not a complete effort to pick him off, but just to make sure that that runner is switched on and ready. And if you stumble or maybe you bounce off a little extra, then maybe it can turn into an out opportunity. Atkins looks at that one in the dirt. Another nice block by Cruiser. 6-0. Hornets on top with 7 hits in the books so far. Bottom of the third at Fox Field. Crowd has stuck around. There are a lot of fans from Eastern here. See that maroon in the stands quite a bit as Atkins whiffs at that 2-strike offering.
Batting, the DH, number
And there's 2 away now.
Lane.
After the pick and the strikeout, Cameron Lane back up to the dish. He doubled in the last inning. Lane was the one that hit the double over the center fielder's head. That was massive. That ball's gone at some fields. But center field at Fox Field here in Lynchburg, pretty deep. One of the deepest you'll find in college baseball. It's another one of those token, just soft lobs to second base. It's almost like Eastern tells their pitchers, even if he's going to be back, go ahead and throw it anyway rather than just hold it, because you don't have to throw to second on that pick attempt. Oh, this ball will get under Cruiser. Came right back off the brick. Looked for a moment like he might have a play at third, but not quite quick enough. And Jorman had a good jump on it as well to get to third base. So the runner moves up 90 feet closer for Cameron Lane after ball number 1. 1-0 count for Josiah Trevino. Righty's set just under the chin and ready to go. Lane with a good cut, but fouls it off. Cameron Lane was the one that led the ball club in hit by pitch last season, 19 of them. Big part of his game. Interesting to see a lefty lead the team in that. Usually it's going to be a righty because there's more right-handed pitchers. And the right on right, the arm side miss inside is usually the one that ends up hitting guys. But Lane, as a lefty, did lead the ball club in that stat last year with 19 hit by pitch. 2-1 count now for the grad student from the Hornets. And he almost got hit by another one as it skips right by the shoe tops, but it must have missed a foot. Doesn't matter, it's a pass ball, wild pitch anyway. That will bring Jorman around to score the 7th run of the game for Lynchburg. Yeah, Jorman reached via hit by pitch to begin the inning. And he got moved along with the E6 where McDowell blooped one to the shortstop. And here comes a drive from Lane. McHale's got a sprint going, and now he'll settle under this one and catch it to end the inning. Hornets do tack on one, though. 7-0 the lead for Lynchburg as we head to the top of the 4th. There's a look at Lynchburg's 7th run of the game as Jorman comes across on the wild pitch. Hornets score 1 in that last inning without getting a base hit. Hit by pitch, an error, and then a couple balls that do get to the backstop cost Eastern a run, and now it's a 7-0 Lynchburg lead. Nick Matfield still towing the rubber for the Hornets in inning number 4. A good start for Matfield so far. The junior won 9 games last season. He's 0-1 to start the 2023 campaign. There's a slicing ball that will get caught before it hits the ground there. Falco going after the first pitch. F9 in the books, and now there's one away quickly in the top of the 4th.
Now batting.
It'll be Hunsberger up next. The shortstop here bounced out in the first inning to Matfield. It was actually to lead off the second inning, fans, but Matfield came off the mound and made a nice play at first to get Hunsberger. He was 2 for 4 in game number 1, David Hunsberger. A line shot that got through the infield in the first inning, stole a base, and also another hit in there to go along with a couple Ks. Hunsberger, left-handed hitter, will look at that one and moves to a 1-1 count. Matfield, we talked about the different arm angles. Can change speeds on you very effectively, and the ball always seems to be moving one direction or another. I think he tried the 12-6 curveball there and missed. It's going to move into a left-hander like Hunsberger with the slider and the cutter, and then when he goes with the two-seam fastball and the changeup, all of a sudden it's moving down and away. Hunsberger will turn on that one, but he can't keep it in play. And now it's a 1-2 count for the senior shortstop from Eastern University. But Matfield's so crafty out there. Lefty, crafty lefties is the cliche, but he is a crafty right-hander. You see him drop down a little bit more there. Almost a true sidearm look for Matfield as he delivers that one. It gets fouled away, and we'll try it again here with the 2-2 count. One gone in the top of the 4th inning between Eastern and Lynchburg. Matfield more over the top on that one, went with the 12-6 curveball, and Hunsberger can't handle it. Strikeout there, and there are 2 gone in inning number 4, and we get number 4, Connor Schilling, junior for Eastern. He has a hit in this ball game already. Bounced one through the right side in inning number 2. There's Matfield dropping down. More of the low 3/4 sidearm. That one sweeps away from Schilling. He watches it go by for strike 1. But it's so tricky. When you get a full scouting report, when you've seen a guy like Matfield a bunch, it becomes easier. It's never really truly easy with a guy like that, but at least you have an idea. You're almost flying blind in a one-game situation without a good scouting report. 0-2 now on Schilling. He'll fist that one into the outfield. It might drop in. Yes, it will. I said fisted. I think he got it off the barrel. It took the outfielders back a little bit. That was deceiving, too, where it just stayed in the air for a while. Didn't make a great sound off the bat, but it certainly traveled. And now Schilling, as I'm talking about Matfield, is such a tough prospect. He's got 2 hits, single and a double off Nick Matfield. And Schilling's got himself in scoring position now. Camden Angel, the right fielder, up for Eastern. See if the Eagles can scratch out a run here. Even one would be good for the psychology. Make you feel like you're still in the ball game. You're down 7-0, but college baseball, 7-run leads get erased. I won't say all the time, but not uncommon at all in the college game to see 7-run leads just evaporate. If you can get one here for Eastern, you might feel like you're back in business. Don't want to come up empty with this runner in scoring position. Matfield takes a long look at that runner. Now a long look at the target. Throws that side armor, and it's away for ball number 1. 1-1 count with 2 gone in the top of the 4th. Camden Angel did not play in game number 1. He flew out to left field in his first at bat. Third baseman for Lynchburg, Gavin Collins, kind of hugging the line, maybe trying to keep that ground ball double from getting between him and third base. Rest of the defense seems to be in the normal depth and positioning. Outfielders medium deep for Lynchburg. Wind has been a little bit of a factor all day. It's been blowing out to right center all day. Hasn't really been a situation where it's caused people to struggle on pop-ups and fly balls, though. It's just one of those kind of that 8 to 10 mile an hour wind, and occasionally it'll gust up a little bit more than that, but not much of a factor today as that one misses inside for Nick Matfield. 2-2 count coming up with 2 away. Camden Angel ready for the delivery here in what could be a big spot depending on how the rest of the game turns out. Matfield holds, deals, curveball, got him. Inning over with the breaking ball again. Matfield struck out 2 there in the inning. He's got 5 Ks total, and the shutout continues. 7-0, Lynchburg leads as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. You're watching the ball game on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Hi, Mara Willis. How are you? Pretty good.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something. It becomes a family. It doesn't matter how long ago you had your professor, they still remember you and they remember all of the hard work that you put in. They're always there for you and they always want to do the best that they can to help you succeed. Here you learn how to love one another regardless of what's going on or what you believe. You leave here better than what you came in. It's what this school's really good at doing.
Okay. You're good.
New arm on the mound for Eastern, Zach Bollinger in the game. He is a sophomore, didn't appear in any ball games last year, it doesn't look like, for Eastern. So he'll try to do something with his team trailing 7-0. Jackson Harding stepping to the plate again for Lynchburg. The grad student from Keysville, Virginia, Randolph Henry High School, one of the great baseball programs in the state of Virginia at the small school level. Jackson Harding came into the game hitting 143. That's going up, though, after 3 hits on the day, 2 in the game 1, and 1 in the first inning of this ball game for Jackson Harding. The average will be climbing. He hit 300 in 8 games last season for Harding. Some injury issues. He's played 59 in his career. He's going to be a big part of the Lynchburg offense this season. Already has been today. Takes the ball down, 1-1 count now with nobody away. 7-0, the Lynchburg lead. It was a 6 spot in the bottom of the second. Lynchburg tacked on 1 last inning without getting a hit. Started with a hit by pitch from Josh Jorman, and he moved to second on an error. There was a pickoff play and then a couple wild pitch pass ball situation pitches there get Jorman in for the 7th run of the game. 7 hits for Lynchburg, just 3 for Eastern. Harding had to jump out of the way of that one, and it's now a 2-2 count. All the pitchers for Eastern better be ready, because if you haven't heard us talking, they have a busy week. They play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in Virginia Beach. All different opponents in there. Some good ones in there, too, including Methodist, who is always a powerful baseball program in the USA South Conference. Multiple NCAA tournament appearances for Methodist. The standard is high there. But Eastern will be busy, and the bullpen, you have to imagine, is going to be very busy. If you're a pitcher, like I said, you better be ready for your shot, and you hope you don't miss your shot. You hope you can produce, as Harding will produce. His 4th hit of the day, 2nd one of the game. Just leans on one and bounces it in between the second and first baseman there. Harding is on to begin the inning. Lynchburg's been good about getting the leadoff man on. They did not do it in the first inning, but innings 2, 3, and 4, the leadoff man has been aboard for Lynchburg. Another one of those things in that recipe for success that Lynchburg has so many of the items you need for the recipe in the menu there for Lynchburg. They've got them. Avery Neves will take a look at ball number 1. Neves has 2 walks in this game, and he has a boatload of them on the season. I think it's 12 now for Neves on the year, but we'll double check that. Statistics unofficial until we get to the postgame. But either way, Neves is very disciplined, and he knows that pitchers are not necessarily going to offer him fastballs right down the middle. That's going to be rare for somebody like Avery Neves, who hit .419 last season with 16 homers and 16 doubles. His pedigree and his resume is well known throughout college baseball. So 3-0 count. All 3 pitches fairly close, though. It's not like Bollinger's just, making the catcher have to jump out there and catch these. I don't know that he's necessarily trying to pitch around Neves, but he's nibbling. That one is wide left. So it wasn't ball 4. Must be a 3-1 count. Now, one of those was close. Well, again, let me step back. All the pitches were fairly close except for the last one there from Bollinger that hit the backstop. But Neves, choosy and picky, and a great set of eyes up there, not going to offer anything that is outside his comfort zone. 3-1 now with a runner at second base for Neves. Maybe he can get something in his wheelhouse here. That may have been it as he sends it back to the screen. Couldn't tell much frustration from the face of Neves. He's about as level-headed and even keel as they come. Catcher's going to go have a chat now with Bollinger. Maybe this is something like, hey, don't throw that again. I don't know that that's necessarily the conversation, though, fans. But Neves will look in the dugout for perhaps some instruction. Pace of the game slows down just a little bit here. Jackson Harding led off the inning with the single. He stands at second base right now for Lynchburg. This is another one that to be honest, is subtle but can bother a hitter a little bit. When you go out for a mound visit during the at-bat, it might disrupt the hitter's routine just slightly. Again, I think that was a secondary reason for that mound visit, but certainly something. Neves is having a brief conversation with the umpire. And now we're ready to go here. Full count, nobody away. Jackson Harding on second base for Lynchburg. Neves got kind of the wide stance into the crouch. Takes a rip at that breaking ball and sends it foul. So we'll try it all over again. 7-0. The Lynchburg lead. 8 hits in the books now for the Hornets. Scored 4 in game number 1. And it was that double party there in the bottom of the third that really brought the crowd alive and brought the scoring up. Neves will shoot that one past the shortstop. Harding's going to have no problem coming home. Neves will hold it first, but it's a single and an RBI one for Avery Neves. First hit of the day makes it a 1-1 day, 1-for-1 game rather, for Avery Neves. And still nobody away here in the bottom of the fourth. Logan Webster steps to the dish. He is 1 for 2 in the game so far. Game number 1 for Webster, it was a 2-hit day. So it's 3 hits so far for Webster. And really, you got a lot of guys for Lynchburg now that are starting to bulk up the averages, starting to pad the stats a little bit. In an 8-0 ball game, 9 hits for the Hornets. Nobody away here in the bottom of the fourth. Lynchburg in game number 1 scored 7 runs in a victory, scored 4 runs in a loss, 10 in game number 3, their second win of the season, and then 4 earlier today, but now up to 8. It's an offensive explosion for the Hornets that is not done yet. Webster will look at a breaking ball down. Bollinger having a little trouble finding the zone. I mentioned his misses seem to be pretty competitive, pretty close around the dish. Now Starting to see more and more pitches that are not in that category for Bollinger, more just true misses. Don't know how much of it is by design and how much of it is he just can't find it at the moment. That's definitely a strike, no doubter there. Moves it to a 3-1 count. Might have been a straight take all the way for Logan Webster. Double-digit runs 17 times for Lynchburg last season. So that's over 10 runs they scored 17 times. Not there yet. They've done it once this year. There's a strike outside that Webster perhaps thought was a ball, and you see him pat the chest to the umpire there saying, my bad for leaving the box early. Good sportsmanship from Webster, and now he'll have to possibly swing the bat with a full count. Nobody away. Could be a running situation here for Avery Neves. Neves will take off. Ball in the air. Neves might have to hustle to get back, but this ball is not a sure thing just yet. Now the catch is made in the right field, and Neves will return to first safely. So fly out there for Logan Webster. It'll bring up Riley O'Donovan, 1 for 2 on the day so far.
The catcher, number 19, Riley O'Donovan.
And I say the day, this is game 2 of 2 here in our doubleheader, but O'Donovan did not play in the first game. So he's 1 for 2. He's hit the ball hard twice, though. Lined out to the second baseman to end inning number 1. Riley O'Donovan, a .385 hitter last season. Slugged .648. That's on 5 homers and 7 doubles last year for Riley O'Donovan. Eastern takes a peek down there at Avery Neves, but can't catch the All-American napping, and it'll be Bollinger that'll have to go back to work with a 1-0 count and 1 away. Steps off, taking his time now. Pace has definitely slowed in this game. I thought the first game really flew by. It was a fast-paced game. Both teams were working quick, a lot of action. We've had action in this game, but there's been some breaks in between. It's maybe just pitchers working a little bit slower. Obviously, more runs from Lynchburg affects things. You get more runners on, that's going to take more time. Riley O'Donovan at the plate, ready to work here. The junior from Reston. Bollinger tried to nibble the outside corner and missed. O'Donovan has 43 career hits, 40 career RBI. Comes into the game hitting .222 this season. That average is going up as he just absolutely laces one in the gap. That ball right to the Fox on the Fox Field logo. Riley O'Donovan coming around for a stand-up double, and he gets the RBI, sending Avery Neves around to score run number 9 for Lynchburg. 10th hit of the day for the Hornets. O'Donovan adding the double, 2 for 3 now, so that .222 average that he had coming in is going up. Gavin Collins, 1 for 2 in this game with that leadoff double that started the offensive explosion in inning number 2. That was the 6-run inning for Lynchburg. Collins started it all with a double down the line. Got hit by a pitch in the first game, and he was on base another time with a hit in game number 1. Gavin Collins, 3-year starter, swings through that first pitch with 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th. Collins' career, just fascinating. Gets in there as a freshman, starting his freshman year and just putting up great numbers. Average went down last year, actually, despite getting more hits. So part of that is he had more at-bats and had less walks and hit by a pitch in there last year. Even though he actually got more hits last season, the average was lower for Gavin Collins. He comes in hitting just 273. I mean, I shouldn't say just. That's not a bad number, especially early in the year when you don't have a lot of games under your belt. 273 entering the day for Gavin Collins. He's got 2 hits on the day, waits on that breaking ball, but can't quite square it up, and now it's a 1-2 count with 1 away. Riley O'Donovan catching in game 2, standing on second base at the moment after his RBI double. Pitcher is number 20, Zach Bollinger. He's sophomore for Eastern. Couldn't find any stats on the website from last year, so I think this is collegiate appearance number 1 for him. Tried to nibble that low outside corner again and missed. That's a great spot for a pitcher, though. It's very close to being a strike. It's very hard to hit. It really doesn't matter how good of a hitter you are. That pitch that's on the outer black at the knees, you're not going to be able to do much damage with that. We'll see if Bollinger tries to go there again. This one went in, and he hit Gavin Collins. Hit by pitch number 2 on the day for number 15. Got hit 15 times last season. Might be on the way to eclipsing that number this year. Hit by pitch for Collins sends him to first.
First baseman, number 25, Josh.
And now it's runners on first and second for Josh Jorman. He got hit by a pitch in his last at bat. That was to begin inning number 3, the bottom of the third. He came around to score eventually. So Lynchburg very successful at getting guys on base, and it's not just swinging the bat. They work long counts. They take walks. They don't mind getting hit by pitches. It's a point of pride for Lucas Jones' squad. They do not mind putting their body on the line. And there is some craft in getting hit by that pitch, being able to get hit in a place where it doesn't hurt as much. You don't really want to take one on the elbow or the knee, but if you can get it in the thigh or the backside, maybe on the tricep, up the arm a little bit, those just bruise and go away. You obviously don't want to take it somewhere where you risk breaking a bone. You don't want to take one off the head. But Lynchburg, big part of their game is getting hit by pitch. It's an 0-2 count now for Jorman, senior first baseman, ready to work here against Bollinger. The target is away. Pitch got there, but Jorman got it into the outfield. McHale will hustle up under that one. No tag from Riley O'Donovan, and now 2 away in the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting, shortstop, number 13, Mason McDowell.
Mason McDowell, the freshman shortstop, back in the box for Lynchburg. On base twice, did get picked off in that last inning. Eastern ran that pick play that we were pretty impressed by, where they brought the first baseman in behind, kind of a timing play as the pitcher really doesn't look, just gets the timing either from the catcher or maybe he's just counting 1001, 1002 in his head after the set. First baseman breaks, you put it on target, and they picked off McDowell. But McDowell does have a double. Roped one down the left field line in his first collegiate at bat. Had some fancy glove work out there at shortstop today as well. McDowell will turn on that one. He'll get into short left field. Runner on the move is Riley O'Donovan. No play at the plate as Lynchburg will score the 10th run of the ball game fairly easily. O'Donovan around to score. RBI single from Mason McDowell. He's got a 2-for-3 day going, reach base on an error. And at bat number 2. And here comes the 9-hole, the grad man, Carson Atkins. Number 12, going to get another mound visit from the Eastern coaching staff. That'll stop play for a moment. We talked about everything going on this spring, and there is so much going on. We've got softball happening right now across campus. Men's and women's track and field teams are competing in the indoor track and field ODAC championships today in Salem. Women's tennis, they'll be in action Thursday, March 2nd. Beg your pardon, fans. Women's tennis will be at home again Saturday, March 4th, hosting Shenandoah. Men's tennis in action against Roanoke this Thursday, March 2nd. Softball taking on Methodist today. The next home game for Hornets softball won't be till March 22nd. They'll go on the road quite a bit. But it is a busy spring. Very busy spring here for athletics at the University of Lynchburg. And my guy Tim LaDuca and his staff, they have been on it. They have been hustling to provide so much great coverage of all these wonderful sports. And it's going to be a very successful spring season, I think, for a lot of Lynchburg teams. Mention the website, of course, is lynchburgsports.com, lynchburgsports.com. And you know how the search engines work, fans. I mean, you just put in Lynchburg Sports of the University of Lynchburg. You'll get there. You don't necessarily have to remember that address. Social media spots, you're covered there on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Great updates from the Hornets staff. New man on the bump here for Eastern is number 24, David Sharp. It's David Sharp on here in the bottom of the fourth. The 6-run explosion in the second behind 4 doubles. 1 run in the bottom of the third, and already a few across here, 3 across in the bottom of the fourth. 2 down. So David Sharp, a lefty, will come in. He looks like he has sharp stuff on the mound. Got a picture of the breaking ball there. Looks like good velocity coming out of the arm as well for David Sharp. So we'll see if he can shut down or limit this Lynchburg offense. It's Carson Atkins at the plate. 0-0 count as we get a look at the Lynchburg dugout. Probably some good vibes in there, smiles, laughing, joking around, but still the focus level high, I think, as the game is not done yet. Sharp set at the chest and ready to go. That one inside and off the dirt, but smothered by Cruiser nicely. 2 on board for Lynchburg, runners on first and second. Sharp enters the game. Not a great situation, but as mentioned, for Eastern, they've got so many games this next week, 2 today, and then 1 every day of next week in Myrtle Beach. All the pitchers are probably going to get their share of work, and got to make the best of a bad situation here if you're David Sharp. He's a freshman from Upper Dublin, Pennsylvania. So another guy right into the fire here for Eastern against a ranked Lynchburg team. That's the other factor here. If you're an Eastern pitcher, you probably know Lynchburg is ranked in the preseason national poll. You know what they did last season. Again, even if you don't have any other scouting report, you know Lynchburg won 36 games last year and went to the NCAA tournament. You at least know that. So you got to have a feeling that you're facing quality opposition. And the Hornets have proven that here, especially offensively in game number 2. David Sharp throws the strike there, and we got a 2-1 count with 2 away. Sharp coming right after Atkins. I'm telling you, I like what Sharp has on offer here. Good action from the lefty out of his hand. Looks like he's got a good, sharp breaking ball. And hopefully he can extinguish the flames here for Eastern, who trails 10-0. Now it's becoming a situation where the comeback is less likely. I said 7- and 8-run leads are erased all the time in college baseball, but 10-run leads, obviously, statistically and anecdotally, just a bit safer. When you're up by double digits, I think those teams go on to win at a pretty high percentage. Sharp missed with the breaking ball there. Now it's a full count with 2 away. Runners should be on the move here. Watch the back pick if you're the Lynchburg runner at first. We've seen Eastern do that successfully once today. Sharp looks in, has the signal, ready to deal. Runners do take off. Atkins got one on the knuckles there, but was able to fight it off, and he'll get another pitch here with a full count. We'll do it all over again in the bottom of the fourth. Lynchburg leading 10-0. 11 hits on the board for Lynchburg. 2 hit by pitch. Actually, no walks in the game for Lynchburg. So perhaps some credit to Eastern there. They're throwing strikes, but the Hornets' bats are handling the strikes they do throw. Sharp will offer the first walk of the game for Eastern, and it sends Carson Atkins to first base. Now the bases are loaded with the leadoff man, Cameron Lane, stepping up. The DH has a double already today, a 1-for-3 game. Lane led off game number 1 for the Hornets. And it was an 0-for-3 game in game number 1 for Cameron Lane. But he does have a double and a run scored today. That was a 2 RBI double as well. It was the one Lane took over the center fielder's head. But I'm sure he'd love to add a second hit to the box score as that pitch comes in low. 1-0 with 2 away for David Sharp, 4th pitcher in the game for Eastern. They used 2 in game number 1, but 4 here in just 4 innings. We're not even through 4 complete just yet. Lane took a hack there, but out of range and in for strike number 1. Hornets' next game is right here at Fox Field. We hope you can join us, fans. Should be nice weather. Just looking at the forecast for next weekend. It's a doubleheader Saturday, March 4th, and then one game March 5th. All three of those against York. That one way out for Sharp. He even took off in case it was going to be a wild pitch scenario, taking off to cover home. Bases are loaded for Lynchburg. Hornets have left 3 on in this game, but they've gotten a lot of them in. 10 to be exact. 10-0 the lead for Lynchburg. Second time they've scored double-digit runs this season, just 5 games in. There's Sharp with one that was down Broadway, but apparently too high. 3-1 now. Hitters count for Cameron Lane. Got to be thinking all in here if you're Cameron Lane. Extra bases, something that takes an outfielder back. You want to really sink your teeth into something here. Your team's already up 10-0. You've already got a double. Go all in if you're Lane. A good approach there, I think. Take the ball that's borderline. Good presentation there by the catcher, Cruiser. I think he sold that one. And it is strike number 2. Now the hitting approach might change a little bit for Lane. You might be thinking more contact. Just get the bat on it. Keep the inning going. Full count, 2 outs. Everybody's on the move here for Lynchburg. Play's probably got to be at first base if you're Eastern unless it's something hit really hard. Ooh, Lane's going to take that. Strike 3 looking, and that is how the inning will end. 3 left on for Lynchburg, but a very successful frame as they add 3 more. It's a 10-0 Hornet advantage over Eastern. We head to the top of the 5th inning on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
"65 years ago, Virginia Farm Bureau made our local farmers a promise to protect and preserve the way of life they work so hard to establish. Today, our insurance agents work to protect all Virginians, not just farmers. But the original promise remains. And when you have insurance with Virginia Farm Bureau, you're an important part of upholding it. So help keep Virginia, Virginia. Talk to your local Farm Bureau insurance agent today."
Lynchburg scores 3 runs on 3 hits. They do leave 3 on base, but the lead has ballooned up to 10-0 for the home team, the Hornets. Nick Matfield back out there for Lynchburg to start inning number 5. Matfield's going to face 8-9-1 for Eastern. If you're Nick Matfield, this is another situation for a pitcher that's interesting. You love the fact that your team is scoring runs, but back to that rhythm. Sometimes the rhythm gets broken a little bit by those long innings. You have to sit in the dugout. Occasionally you'll see a pitcher go out and throw a little bit in a real long inning. Don't know that Matfield had to do that in the last one. Once you get hot, you're probably going to stay hot for a little bit. But there is some wiggle room there, and each pitcher is an individual. Some guys, if they sit more than 5 minutes, they start getting antsy, and they'll go around the back of the dugout to the bullpen area and toss a little bit. It's good for Lynchburg because their bullpen is directly behind the third base dugout. You don't have to go far as a pitcher. For the visitors' bullpen, you would have to run all the way down to right field there if you wanted to try to heat back up as a pitcher. So you see the Jackets, of course, a lot in the dugout on the pitcher's arm. Even in July in the big leagues, you'll see them throw that jacket on just to try to keep it loose, as there's a swing and a miss to begin inning number 5. Another strikeout for Nick Matfield. Sent Klember down with the breaking ball. Back-to-back Ks for Matfield. He struck out 3 out of the last 4. Evan Barks is back in there. He reached base, or excuse me, he flied out on a foul ball that Gavin Collins caught down the third base line. Barks is back up there. But you try to keep the arm loose as a pitcher during those long innings where your team is scoring runs. Obviously, you love the security of being up 10-0, but it does break the rhythm slightly. And the other one is just keeping the legs loose, too. I mean, you see, like I said, you see the jackets. You see guys keeping the arm loose, but you probably got to move around, keep the legs moving just a little bit rather than sitting there and getting stiff, watching your team round the bases, scoring all those runs. Then you come back out and you can't find it. But it doesn't look to be a problem for Matfield as he's wheeling and dealing out there. Number 33, the junior for Lynchburg, has erased any doubts after a rough first outing a week ago against Piedmont where he didn't get out of the first inning. Seems to be right back on track. And I'm talking about the shutout, but also just the way the ball's coming out of his hands, his confidence out there, mechanics, everything seems to be A-OK. Wild one there as O'Donovan stretched out with the hockey goalie style save with nobody on base. It didn't matter, but it was fun to watch. 2-2 coming up with 1 away. Matfield tried that inside corner and missed, and it brings the count full. Eastern scored 2 runs in the first game. That was in the same inning for Eastern. Both those runs came in the top of the third. Zach Potts, the winning pitcher for Lynchburg. Here's a bouncer for Collins. Great job to pick down the short hop. The throw is low, but Jorman digs another one out there. Absolutely fabulous all the way around. I think Collins wanted to stay back and get a long hop. Then he realized at some point, hey, I better come get this, and swoops in there, picks it, throws across, a good low throw that you count on a guy like Jorman to dig out, and he does just that. Watch this, the throw across, on line for Collins, and Jorman gets down there low again, backhands it with the low level. Just great textbook infield play. As a coach, you're telling your infielders to stay on top of it and miss down. So, yeah, you want Collins to hit him in the chest, but if you miss, you'd rather it be low than high. If it's low, you give your great first baseman with the big glove, Jorman, a chance to pick it for you. If you miss high, he's not going to have a play. So keep it on line and try to stay on top of that baseball going across. Gavin Collins did that. Excellent stuff to erase a would-be base runner. And it's another one, as the pitcher, Matfield, that's got to make you feel real good when you see that ball scooped out like that for out number 2. High confidence in the defense. It's a new batter up there. Colby Hutton in the game, a senior for, no, excuse me, fans, that's wrong. Double check that. Our new batter is, as Matfield throws to the new man, number 16, Brian Lang. I apologize, but Lang is out of there quickly with another strikeout. Matfield, 2 Ks in the inning, and he appears to be on cruise control. Lynchburg leads it 10-0 over the Eastern Eagles. You're watching all the action on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Imagine the complete athlete. Strong, tough, resilient. Imagine the complete fiber. Strong, tough, resilient. Built by science, proven by testing. The best way to improve the future is to create it. Field Turf Revolution 360, the complete fiber.
New arm in the ball game for Eastern University is sophomore Tyler Zeck, number 39 from Bridgeton, New Jersey for Tyler Zeck. It might have been a Johnny Holstaff kind of a day for Eastern anyway, at least game 2. They may have planned on using a bunch of different arms because, as mentioned, they have a lot of games. Their schedule is full next week. They will be playing every day next week in Myrtle Beach against various ball clubs. So Eastern, you got to manage the bullpen and the arms. You don't want to burn anybody early in the season anyway. So they may be acting according to the plan. And then the other aspect is Lynchburg scored 10 runs. So all your pitchers are having to throw more pitches than you would like. You may have wanted a guy to go 2 or 3 innings. But with Lynchburg banging the ball around the ballpark, now all of a sudden you got to get a new arm in there with more regularity. So Tyler Zeck will get his hand on the baseball here, and he'll face number 2 for Lynchburg. As we're trying to get all the substitutions straight. Both teams are subbing with almost reckless abandon. New players in there. But, yes, it's Jackson Harding, not a substitute for Lynchburg. He's been in the game the whole time. We're trying to figure out the defensive replacements for Eastern, and there are quite a few of them. So we'll try to get them to you at some point as we figure it all out. Numbers are sometimes hard to see up here in the press box as Zeck turns and throws one to Harding. This looks to be a relatively easy ground ball to the second baseman, and Harding is out of there for 3. So 2 hits on the day for Harding, but the third one will have to wait for a bit anyway. Lynchburg leads 10-0. It has been an 11-hit performance so far for the Hornets. Avery Neves has 1 hit. He is 1 for 1 in the game with 2 walks. A walk and a hit in the first game for Neves. Did strike out once, which is rare for the All-American. He'll take a rip at Zeck's first offering and clip it over here near the third base dugout. Arms loosening in the bullpen for Lynchburg. Could be guys just getting some work in, or it could be possible pitching changes on the way for the Hornets as well. Got a 10-0 lead. It's a chance to maybe get some other guys some work if you're Lynchburg's coaching staff, as Matt Field has put together a great performance so far for the Hornets on the mound. 5 strong, 5 innings of shutout baseball, just 3 hits surrendered by Nick Matfield. You feel pretty good about that day. Not that he couldn't continue it, but with the score being what it is, it's a chance to maybe get some other arms, some work out of the bullpen. And you do want to get guys action early in the season. You don't want the player to have his first appearance be in an ODAC, a conference game or something like that. You'd like for guys to get on the bump, get comfortable, get some reps, some game reps against a good Eastern ball club. This is a team that Lynchburg has only played twice in their history. I believe the last meeting was way back in 2015. Yeah, 2015, Lynchburg won a couple ball games in March. That was at a neutral site down in Cary, North Carolina. These 2 ball clubs met. There's Neves. He'll slap one over the second baseman's head. It was a pretty firm slap from number 30, and he's got his second hit of the ball game. Neves has been on all 4 times. That's what he does. He gets on base somehow. He was on base in all 48 games last season. Takes a bunch of walks. One of those guys that will get hit by pitches. Got hit 11 times last season. And obviously swings the bat. Over a 400 hitter last year for Lynchburg. I believe he's just a shade under 400 in his career. I want to double check that one as well. Yeah, 392 in the career for Avery Neves, which is incredible. Logan Webster up, 1 for 3 in game 2 here between Eastern and Lynchburg. Zeck is the 5th pitcher in as many innings for Eastern. And we'll see what happens with the rest of the bullpen and the pitching rotation here for Eastern as the day goes on. Zeck with the long hold delivers high to Webster. Love Lynchburg's discipline at the plate. They don't offer at a lot of bad pitches. They really seem to understand the strike zone, and then they understand their own hitting zone, which is not going to be the same as the strike zone, especially with the hitters count 2-0, 3-1, 3-0. You don't necessarily want to cover the whole plate. You're looking for your zone at that point. And Lynchburg, that is a great mentality they have up there with the discipline. Here's a high fly to left field. Left fielder had to cover a lot of ground. You almost wonder if the shortstop should have gone after that ball with more enthusiasm. Expected the left fielder to catch it and couldn't get there after the long haul. Left fielder was playing Logan Webster a little bit deeper. Either way, it ends up being a play that, the ball hit the ground first there. Left fielder tried to get to it, slid in, and could not get there, in fact. That was number 22 in left field now, Camden Angel. He's been out there the entire game. He's not one of those substitutes that we were looking for. Angel is still in left field for Eastern, but couldn't get to that one, and now it's runners on first and second with one away for Lynchburg. Riley O'Donovan back to the dish, 2 for 3, including that double that he laced off the James C. Fox Field logo. Ooh, that one went behind O'Donovan. Neves will trot to third base, and Webster moves up to second. Now it's 2 in scoring position for Riley O'Donovan. Tyler Zeck, number 39, another sophomore from New Jersey for Eastern. Eagles 0-1 on the season. Look like they might be moving to 0-2 with this one, but we'll just wait and see. Never know. Riley O'Donovan does not offer at that pitch low and away. And now it's a 3-0 count again for number 19. Tried to take a peek at Coach Jones, see if he gave him the take sign or the green light. Not sure here. 10-0 ball game. Guess there's different schools of thought there too, right, fans? Why not let him try to hunt for one and bang, or maybe you just be choosy? Either way, Riley O'Donovan will walk. Not sure if it was the straight take or not, but he's on base with a walk, and now the sacks are packed for Gavin Collins. Had the double to begin inning number 2. He's been hit once this game, twice on the day. And Gavin Collins steps to the plate with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Collins will go after the first one and pound it. It's just over the second baseman's head. It'll score 2 and give Gavin Collins a 2 RBI single. His nice day continues. Collins is on first. O'Donovan moves to third. Neves and Webster came around to score for Lynchburg. The offensive explosion continues. 12 now for Lynchburg. And it's 13 hits, I believe, for the Hornets. 12-0 the lead for Lynchburg. Might be 14 hits. Not sure how we scored that, Logan Webster. 14, that's what I'm being told by our official scorekeepers up here. It's now 14 hits for Lynchburg. Very impressive. And a chance for some more. One away here with Josh Jorman up to bat. 0 for 2 so far. And he is actually the only Hornet in the lineup this game that is hitless. He's been on base once with a hit by pitch, led off the third, came around to score on that. See if Josh Jorman can get a hit, and then it'll be all 9 in the lineup this game with the hit for Lynchburg. That's a feather in the cap. That's something you mention in the post-game huddle if you're Coach Lucas Jones. Everybody in the lineup gets a hit. That'll really make you feel good. Something you can hang your hat on if you're Lynchburg. As if they needed anything else offensively to hang their hat on, but it is a nice feather in the cap. And it's one of those team concept kind of a stats, too. You can really embrace that when everybody gets a hit. 12-0. Jorman will look at that one. Just under the knee for a called strike. with one away here. Runners on first and third for Lynchburg. Highest scoring game for Lynchburg up to this point was that 10-run win against Laverne on day 3 of their Georgia trip last weekend. So this now is the highest scoring game of the season for the Lynchburg offense. 12 on the board and looking for more here with runners on first and third. It was 7 hits in the first game for Lynchburg here against Eastern. So they've doubled that from 7 to 14 here against the Eagles. And here comes one more. Yep, everybody in the lineup with a hit for Lynchburg as Josh Jorman dumps one in to shallow center field. Very impressive stuff for the Hornet offense, and 15 on the board now. No, 13. 15 hits on the board, yeah, but 13 runs. 15 hits as a team for Lynchburg. It's getting to that point now where you look at your score sheet and it's just a mess and you have a hard time adding everything up. That's what the Lynchburg offense has done in this one so far. They won game number 1, 4-2, but the bats have really come alive here in the second game this afternoon. This is Mason McDowell in there, the freshman, already 2 hits in this game. He's been on base 3 times. He's 6 in his middle at bat here. See how much more Mason McDowell can get. Swings and misses at that one. 1-1 the count with one away here. Runners on the corners again. Now there's no more stealing if you're Lynchburg. You've shut that down if you're Coach Lucas Jones. It's station-to-station baseball. You don't want to do anything that might seem unsporting or rubbing it in Eastern's face. You get some situations like that where a pass ball you're probably still going to run, which you see happen right there with Josh Jorman. It's not quite at that point yet where you shut down moving on a pass ball, but not going to be really any big chances taken on the base path for Coach Lucas Jones. As it looks like we got a sub on deck waiting to come in. We'll have a new man, I believe, for Carson Atkins. If the inning continues, you could have a double play possibility, but there's one away. As it looks like Lucas Jones is going to get Ethan Morotsky. Did I get it right, fans? I hope so. We'll see if he gets in. I mean, he's warming up. I don't know why he wouldn't come in. He's on deck right now, but I guess he's not officially in the game yet. As we watch Mason McDowell go to work here with a 2-2 count and one away. Runners on first and second. Must have just missed. Tyler Zeck thought it was in there for Eastern, and the count is now full with one out. More of that plate discipline for Mason McDowell. Knows the zone. Didn't offer it that. Saw it in the whole way. Full here with runners on second and third and one out. 15 hits in the books for Lynchburg. They lead 13-0. Here comes one more. 16 hits now. And Mason McDowell, the freshman, has 3 of them. Have a day, kid. That's impressive right there in your collegiate debut at the bat. He did play in the field one game in Lynchburg's Georgia trip. But that is fabulous. Ethan Morotsky is in there. And we may be getting a new arm for Eastern. Yeah, I think Tyler Zeck's afternoon is going to be short. Tough one for the sophomore from Eastern. As he is out, we'll see who the new pitcher is. Ethan Morotsky, a junior from Woodbridge, Virginia, will get his first at bat of the afternoon. I believe it's the first one of the first one of the season for Ethan Morotsky. Yes, it is. It'll be his first at bat of the year. And we'll wait a moment for that. It's a 14-0 University of Lynchburg lead over Eastern. Lynchburg wins game 1, 4-2. And now the Bats wake up in game number 2. As Lynchburg on a real roll here, and it's not over yet in the bottom of the 5th. One away. It'll be runners at the corners again for the Lynchburg offense. Logan Culp is the new arm on the mound for Eastern. And Culp is the 6th pitcher to work for the Eastern University Eagles in game number 2. They used just 2 in game number 1. Lynchburg offense a little quieter, and you got to give Eastern a whole lot of credit for that. Kept the Hornets offense at bay for a lot of that ball game. Lynchburg in game number 1 scored 1 run apiece in innings 1, 2, and 3. They added the insurance run in the 8th. It was a 7-hit game for Lynchburg in game number 1, but this has been a different story. This has been the Hornets bats really waking up and coming alive with 16 hits total, 14 runs, a couple hit by pitch in there, a few walks in there for Lynchburg. And it's been a very, very successful game for Lynchburg. I was about to say from the offensive side, but defensively the Hornets have got the shutout going too, so you can't find much fault there. Ethan Morotsky, 5'8" junior from Woodbridge, played in 19 games last season, drove in 3 runs, scored 7 runs. He played in 17 games as a freshman. See if he can do some damage in his first at-bat of the season this year in 2023. 1-2 count right now on the junior. That one comes in, strike 3, and it is out number 2. So Morotsky K's looking. Brings up another new bat for the Hornets. Sub off the bench is number 20, Eddie Gimble. Eddie Gimble steps to the dish for Lynchburg. We'll get Logan Culp, 1 batter faced, 1 strikeout. Successful so far. Eddie Gimble, another junior for Lynchburg. Stands in 5'10", 170 pounds from Culpeper. Got his first career hit last year in early March against Washington and Lee. Another guy with not a ton of experience on the stat sheet. First at bat of the season, by the way, for Eddie Gimble, but certainly capable. He'll go hacking away at that one. That ball will twist its way foul down the first base line. And now it's a 1-1 count for Eddie Gimble in the Lynchburg offense with 2 away in the bottom of the 5th. 6 in the 2nd for Lynchburg, 1 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th. They've added 4 more here in the bottom of the 5th. So we're basically halfway through this one now. Lynchburg with a 4-2 win in game number 1. Quite a bit more comfortable in game number 2 for the Hornets. 3-1 on the season so far for Lynchburg. Looking to get win number 4. And make it a good Sunday evening after a nice day of baseball here at Fox Field. Gimble pokes that one foul towards his own dugout. 2-2 with 2 away. Wonder if we'll see Matt Field again. This is what I was talking about, a long break for your starting pitcher. Probably an opportunity to get another arm some work if you're the Lynchburg bullpen. In a game where you lead 14-0. You may have had guys that you wanted to get in there anyway, especially second weekend of the season. Got a lot going on. You want to get some players some opportunities, and we'll see that here perhaps. The fly ball is caught in center field, so Eddie Gimble is done, and the inning is over for Lynchburg. 4 runs on 5 hits, and it's 2 left on for the Hornets as they extend the lead 14-0 over Eastern, headed to the top of the 6th inning.
I was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
The new pitcher for Lynchburg is Matt Cassidy, a Lynchburg native. He takes over for Nick Matfield. Matfield went 5 strong for the Hornets, no earned runs, scattered 3 hits, and I believe Matfield struck out 8. Nick Matfield struck out 8 in 5 innings of work, so a strong performance there for Nick Matfield. And you've really got to feel good about that, as we've pointed out, coming off a, we'll say, indifferent performance in Lynchburg's second game of the season against Piedmont. Matfield didn't make it out of the first inning. I think he's erased any doubts right here with this one today. 5 strong, 0 earned, 3 hits. Matt Cassidy has 1 appearance on the season so far. For the Hornets, he is a freshman from Heritage High School. Very good two-way player in high school. He was a catcher-pitcher combo. He's appeared in 1 game. He got 1 out for Lynchburg. I think he's somebody that he's somebody that Lucas Jones and his coaching staff is really high on. A local guy, too, so you get that connection. And he is someone that can swing the bat. Listed as a catcher and a pitcher here at Lynchburg. We'll see if and when he gets some at-bats this season, but already second pitching appearance of the year. And he's fallen behind 1-0 to the first batter of the inning for Eastern. Got a score update from the indoor track and field championships just a few moments ago. Lynchburg men and women still leading the ODAC championships indoor track and field. Women have got a pretty big advantage, a 40-point lead through 11 events. Lynchburg men have got a 35-point lead through 8 events. So if you're a track and field fan, you might be following that action anyway if you're a big fan. But it's looking good for the Hornets men's and women's indoor track and field teams right now at the ODAC championships. See if we can get an update from the softball game. We can just peek our ear out there. Ball swung on and driven down the line. It's fair. Cassidy's going to give up his first hit of the season as the batter cruises into second base there. That is number 10 in the ball game for Eastern.
Now batting.
And it is a leadoff double.
25,
Justin DeCiceri in the ball game now for Eastern at the plate here. The double was Jason Hall. Jason Hall now catching for Eastern, and he is on board second base with the leadoff double. So hats off to Jason Hall there for coming in and clubbing one right down the line to get on board for Eastern. Number 25, Jason DeCiceri in there. Harleysville, Pennsylvania native, a freshman. And we're going to have to learn a lot of new names here, I think, in the next few innings, fans, as both these ball clubs are going to the bench, getting some other players some chances. Typical early season anyway, but especially when you get what has become a blowout game, even more reason to get some people in there, give them a shot. Even this rep right here in a 14-0 deficit for Eastern is going to be better than a practice situation. You get some fans out, you get some pressure, you get to face a different arm. Can really learn a lot about your ball club early in the year in a situation like this. And you get to learn about the guys that off the bench take the opportunities. Get in there and swing the bat like Hall did. Some people, maybe it's a slap in the face to come into a blowout game like this, but Jason Hall didn't have a problem picking up a double. So that's what you want from your team. Continue to play hard, continue to play the right way. Matt Cassidy, I'm sure, viewing this as a chance to maybe earn himself some more playing time for Lynchburg. Right-hander set, ready to go here. That ball will get blooped into right field. It's going to be a tough play, but it is caught out there in deep right field. Excellent work by the LHSN camera crew to grab that play. I mean, that's impressive stuff down the line there for Harding. He's still in the ball game and still making plays in deep right field. Cassidy's got the first out of the inning. Runner does move to third. And if you're Matt Cassidy, I think one focus now is to try to keep that runner from scoring. Keep the shutout intact. It's a team focus too, I'm sure. If you're Cassidy, you don't want to be the guy that loses the shutout. Matt Field did so much hard work. You want to keep that shutout, see if you can finish the game that way. Austin Utterball in there, swinging the bat for Eastern. He does that, but fires this one foul out of play. Austin Utterball, 5'9", sophomore from Maryland, Bel Air, Maryland. Left-handed swinger. As the benches are not quite emptied. If you look at a college baseball roster, fans, it's pretty full. I mean, these teams, even when they travel, a lot of them will take 40-plus players on the bus and on the trip with them. And these two teams, Lynchburg and Eastern, are pretty much the same way. Cassidy ready with a 1-2 count and one away. Sharp breaking ball down, but Utterball lays off. 2-2 pitch is on the way here. Freshman wearing number 39 for Lynchburg. Played his high school baseball the same place head coach Lucas Jones did, Heritage High School. Plenty of great talent coming from Heritage in all sports, but in baseball as well. Lucas Jones's Heritage teams in high school were very formidable for sure. And the teams he played on here at Lynchburg were pretty good too. Cassidy's ready here with a full count. Tapper back to him, checks the runner at third. Might be a play at home here. Yeah, they got it. Wow. A surprising little 3-1-2 double play. Excellent work there by Cassidy to hold the runner with the long look. A strike to first, and then Jorman flips it home for the double play, and that's how the inning will end for Eastern. And yes, the shutout is intact. Lynchburg leading 14-0 here on a Sunday afternoon at Fox Field. Another look at it, toss to first, snap throw to the plate, perfectly executed for the Hornets.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
An obligation not merely to work towards a personal best in the classroom or in the sport we love, but rather an obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. For Special Olympics athletes, victory belongs not only to those who first cross the line, but to all of those who compete and endure.
They are challenged in ways.
A 1-3-2 double play to end the inning for Lynchburg. Back to the pitcher. Cassidy throws to first. They get the would-be run score gunned down at home, and the shutout remains intact for Lynchburg. So it was one hit in the top half of the sixth for Eastern, but none left on after the double play. And Jackson Harding steps to the dish for Lynchburg. A 2-for-4 game so far, looking to add to it. One of the starters that is still out there for Lynchburg. It should be. We're just checking the dugout and the on-deck circle to see possible moves that Coach Lucas Jones might make as Harding fouls that one off the back screen. It looks like it will be a substitute in the game, Tyler Gravitt. Looks like Gravitt is going to step up there next for Lynchburg, as Avery Neves will end his afternoon just a little bit early with a 2-for-2 game and 2 walks in there as well. Harding will poke one to short. Pretty easy play. Harding was still busting it down the line, but the throw does beat him, and that is out number 1.
Now batting.
So this is number one. Tyler Gravitt in there. Hit .500 in 6 games last season. statistically led the ball club, but usually when you're talking about those stats, there's a minimum at-bat requirement when you're talking about leading the team in those things. But Gravett was 1 for 2 last year. And got some action in some other games as well. 1 walk, 1 strikeout to go in there with a short body of work for Ty Gravett, but a chance to do some damage here in a 14-0 Lynchburg lead. 1 down in the bottom of the 6th. Gravett will look at that one, and now the count becomes 1-1. Fabulous afternoon here it turned into. You still see a lot of fans with the long sleeves and some jackets on. But it's really sunny out there, and the temperature has risen to the expected high around 60 here. It's been a full day of baseball. It was cold when we got here, cold and foggy, but you wouldn't know any of that right now based on the weather conditions at the moment. Ty Gravett looking for another one here from Logan Culp. Will swing at that and lift it to shallow center. Eastern center fielder will come on and make the grab there for out number 2. We got another substitute in the game for Lynchburg. It is number 29,
now pinch hitting,
Chase Brimmer, who will head to the plate, announce himself to the home plate umpire there. He's a senior from Virginia Beach. Chase Brimmer up to hit in place of Logan Webster. And Brimmer, number 29, stands in here with 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. Just looking at the numbers again from last season. Chase Brimmer, 1 hit on the year. Drove in 1, and he also walked once and struck out once in a few appearances last season. Number 29, Chase Brimmer from the Virginia Beach area. 14-0 the Lynchburg lead. 16 hits on the board. Brimmer put a charge into this one. Left fielder scampers back and runs it down, though, about 20 feet shy of the fence, and that's how inning number 6 will come to an end. No runs, no hits, no errors for Eastern, none left on. And Lynchburg's lead will hold at 14-0 as we head to the top of the 7th. Changes for the University of Lynchburg Hornets. The 2 big ones on the mound now, number 44, Alex Gianascoli, and his battery mate will be a freshman, Sean Pokarak. So changes there. We've got multiple changes on defense that we'll try to scan the book here and make sure we get straight for you, but we'll hopefully we don't misidentify any more people than I already have. But, you know, it's early in the season, fans. You know, we're still not in midseason form yet. We're definitely not in tournament form yet. So we'll get there. And new players for Eastern as well, for sure. We know we got the Eastern fans watching. This is number 19, Ben Chiara at the dish here, a freshman for Eastern. Hitting left-handed, facing Gianniscoli. One appearance last season for Alex Gianniscoli. And the battery mate, Sean Pokarak, is a freshman. So I believe it is his first action in his collegiate career. We'll watch these two work. Pokarak, the left knee down stance. You see that so much in baseball, the one knee down for the catchers. Pretty common practice now. I think a lot of catchers prefer it. Not sure all the old school coaches prefer it, but it's certainly becoming more and more accepted, especially with nobody on base. Good swing there from number 19, Chiara. He'll foul it back. It's a 2-2 count with nobody down here in the top of the 7th. Just 4 hits in the ball game for Eastern. They've left 4 on. Victimized by the double play last inning. Matt Cassidy got the comebacker. It ended up being a 1-3-2 double play for Lynchburg to end that last inning. Still bouncy and a lot of energy over there in the Eastern University dugout. They don't seem to be hanging their heads much despite the lopsided score. And you get most of the team up on the fence. Here's a drive from Chiara that'll get run down in center field by Moratsky. And there's one away for Lynchburg in the top half. A new person or not a new person? It's a guessing game now at this point. This is number 14, Garrett Friend, in the ball game for Eastern. Another left-handed bat off the bench. He's a 6'1 junior. Gianniscoli deals in for his first batter and fires a strike. 0-1 the count with one away. I was talking about Eastern's dugout early in the season, and I think you're going to try to keep your spirits high regardless. Nobody wants to get beat 14-0, but you don't see a lot of angry faces and coaches doing those speeches where they peel the paint off the dugout over there. I think Eastern's kind of taking this one in stride, and they'll try to keep their heads up for that Myrtle Beach trip. That's the thing about baseball. There's always another game right around the corner. Try not to get too high or too low. It's not the 162 like in the major leagues, but it can be a long haul, 40-plus games for most Division III teams. So you got to try to keep some balance, and you don't want to just scrap the whole project here in game number 2 for Eastern. But again, can't be a great feeling down 14-0. There's a shot to short. Skipped once and then fire across for the out. Good rip there by Garrett Friend, but comes up for naught there after another nice stretch from Jormund and a good play by the Lynchburg defense. Defense has been solid for the Hornets all day. I believe 1 error in game 1, maybe 2. I'll check the records. Or 4. I mean, it was somewhere in between 0 and 5. I was going to say conservative estimate. But yes, the records are telling us that there were 4 Lynchburg errors in game 1. I mean, maybe it's just because it's been a long day, but I remember the one. Here comes another ground ball try for the Hornets. And another one across that is not an error, but a 6-3 putout to end the inning. Excellent work by Alex Gianniscoli. He gets a 3-up, 3 down, and that may be it. Yes, the 10-run rule is in effect after 7 there, and Lynchburg will walk away with win number 4 on the season. They take it 14-0. Congratulations to Coach Lucas Jones. 2 more wins, and the Hornets season record improves to 5-1. Remember, we are back here Saturday. York comes to town to take on Lynchburg. It's a double dip on Saturday. First game at 11 a.m., second one about 30 minutes after the conclusion. And then it'll be a Sunday game as well. LynchburgSports.com. Get all the schedules. Stay plugged in with the social media. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, #OneNation. And we've had so much fun today. It was a bit rocky at times for the broadcast, but we made it work. We hope you enjoyed it. Lynchburg got 2 wins, 4-2 in game number 1, and they take down Eastern 14-0 in the second one. We'll say so long for everybody that had a hand in the broadcast. Kyle Haney saying we'll talk to you next weekend. and have a great rest of your Sunday here as we wrap up the month of February. Thank you for watching the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.